Good afternoon, everybody, or morning or evening, depending on where you are in the world. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you more live coverage of the conflict between Pakistan and India. And just a short while ago, there have been reports of a new possible drone attack by Pakistan on Indian Kashmir. So we want to bring you the latest updates on this. I can actually show you this report right here from Reuters. Explosion in Indian Kashmir in suspected drone attacks. So this is new. This is, I want to say, all in the last half hour to hour. But around that, this is a new incident here, and it appears that there's been some sort of possibly Pakistani drone attack on Indian Kashmir. So we want to bring you the latest updates on this situation, and we're going to bring you updates and take your comments and questions on the air and all that. I do not have any kind of live stream from the area. If I do, I will certainly put it up. I don't know that we'll be getting such a stream, but if I get one, I will certainly put it up on you for you. And thanks to our moderators for being here. We have Janet B. And Ruth Krafasi over there on YouTube moderating right now. We have over on X, Linda Belglary and Misha mod for us over there. Our Twitch moderators, Matthew Kohai and Surly Dev, are here right now. And thanks also to our Facebook moderators too. Give me one moment here. And let's see here. Kay Lowry Body is there, Margaret Riley. Thanks to all of our moderators. I really appreciate it. You can see that Reuters is reporting blasts rang out across the city of Jammu in Indian Kashmir late on Thursday in what Indian military sources said they suspected was a Pakistani drone attack across the region on the second day of clashes between the nuclear-armed neighbors. Sirens sounded and projectiles could be seen in the night sky above the city, a Reuters journalist said. I don't have the rights to the videos, but I will post a couple clips. I've been posting stuff on my X account, @Lookner. I'll throw a couple clips right now, actually. I'll throw like a video right now in the chat, a link, where you can see purportedly what was going on, a clip of what was going on. There's a bunch of videos floating around the internet of lights in the sky in Kashmir. And during this apparent drone attack, let's see here. Here, I'm going to post one right now. I just posted one in the chat for you. You can check that out if you want. There's a bunch of them. Oops, there's a bunch of them floating around. Actually, sorry, I should post the direct link. But, you know, a bunch of eyewitness videos appear to show projectiles going through the sky. And let's see here. Yeah, Reuters said sirens sounded and red flashes and projectiles could be seen in the night sky above the city. A Reuters journalist said several parts of Jammu and the surrounding towns of Akhnor, Samba, and Kathua came under attack, said an Indian official who asked not to be named. Our army installations are under attack. It is happening in 5 districts of the Jammu region in Kashmir, a security official told Reuters. There was no immediate comment from Pakistan on what appeared to be an escalation in the country's worst confrontation in more than 2 decades. Pakistan's defense minister had earlier said further retaliation was increasingly certain after both countries accused each other of launching drone attacks during the past day. Okay, let me show you where we're talking about right now. Give me a moment here. I'll pull up a map for you. Thanks, by the way, to Martha Crawford and Kristen McConnell Gates for the Facebook stars. Also, thank you to The Real LP in Portland for your support. And also, Privriat Chowdhury, our new member, and Anna Maria, our member. Thank you. All right, hang on a moment here. Give me a moment. Oh, there's white smoke. There's a new pope. There's a new pope. White smoke. There's a new pope. So let me get some video up for you for that, okay? There is a new pope that's been chosen. There's white smoke right now. So I'm going to show you that in a second. We got multiple things going on. Hang on. So there is a new pope, and we will be updating you on that. Hold on. Let me get that on the screen in addition to the other things. All right, hold on a second here. There's a lot happening. All right, so I'm gonna, of course, we're here. There's the white smoke on the screen right there. So you can see white smoke in Vatican City, which means there is a new pope that has been elected, and we will keep you updated on that as well. And hang on a moment. So just... Okay. All right, so we'll keep an update on that, and we'll show you live video when the new pope comes out, whoever that is. Okay? So that's happening. Now, let me actually just really quick mention on our social media that we will be covering that. A new pope has been elected. We will be showing live video updates during our ongoing live coverage of the India-Pakistan conflict. Okay. Sorry for the, I know, that's not our main focus of the broadcast, but I did want to mention that is going on. All right, now let me go back to what's going on with, I'm going to put this in the corner, and I'm going to have this in the corner above the other stuff. And let me get you some other stuff. Oh, I was about to show you a map, by the way. All right, give me a moment. Let me pull up the map that I was going to show you. Sorry, what happened here? Oh. Too much going on at one time. Okay, so I want to show you Jammu, the city of Jammu in Kashmir, Indian-controlled Kashmir. Let me show you where that is, so you guys can see that. Now what I need to do is put it here. Is this going to work? Okay, we have a map. All right, so let me get this in the corner. Again, you're seeing white smoke. Oh, there's bells ringing too. Let me also just put up on the screen for you. There's also bells ringing from in Vatican City to announce the new Pope. All right, so a new pope has been chosen again. We'll keep you updated on that, and I do want to just, sorry, trying to fit everything in here. I actually like to put on the screen maybe a little caption to note that a new pope has been chosen, just for the people who want to keep up with that too, which I understand. Hold on a second. New live new pope chosen. Look at all the white smoke coming out. Too small. Okay, I think we finally have everything set up. Okay. All right, so we'll leave those videos up there. And I was going to show you Jammu, which is where this new Pakistani drone attack is reported. Jammu, well, I lost it here. There's Jammu. So we have India here, Pakistan here, and then Kashmir, disputed between India and Pakistan is up here. And Jammu is in Indian Kashmir, but it's very close to the line of control. It's only about 10 miles away from the line of control. So it's a city, it's city in Indian-controlled Kashmir that's about 10 miles away from Pakistani-controlled Kashmir. And apparently a drone attack has happened, but with Pakistani drones flying into Jammu and surrounding areas. Okay, so let's keep you updated here. I have the Pope video on the screen. We will show you when the new Pope comes out. And let me try to get you some updates here on what's going on in India. I've heard that there are some new measures being taken in India. I just saw a report right here from journalist Shivangi Thakur, who I follow, says all government employees' leaves have been canceled in Rajasthan and Delhi, India. There's also video that I just saw a video that purports to show interceptions of Pakistani projectiles. I can't confirm these individual videos. I just posted one in the chat, but there's a number of videos that appear to show projectiles going through the sky and possibly being shot down, some of them, in Kashmir. The Wire, which is an Indian news outlet, is reporting that an eyewitness in Jammu said Jammu, which is a city in Indian-controlled Kashmir, has fallen into darkness as residents have turned the lights off as a precautionary measure. Hang on a moment here. So India Today is reporting that several locations in Jammu, including the airport, as well as now India Today claims that parts of Rajasthan and Punjab, which is India proper, that's not even Kashmir. India Today claims several areas in all those places were targeted with rockets. They say rockets. But they also say drones. So maybe they just mean drones. India Today claims one of the Pakistani drones hit the Jammu airport. That's what it claims. I can't confirm these claims. I have no idea if they're true. They say that India intercepted a number of incoming, they call them rockets and drones. All right, hang on a moment here. So again, it's very hard to tell. It's been very hard to tell the last couple days what exactly is going on in Pakistan and in India. Both sides have been making a lot of claims. It's impossible to verify a lot of these claims. Media on both sides are making a lot of claims. But there's all kinds of reporting that a drone attack has taken place, I want to say in the last hour or so, at least in Indian-controlled Kashmir. So let me try to get a sense of what some of the other reporting is here. But again, I would certainly caution you that there's all kinds of claims being made, and it's just really not possible in a lot of cases to confirm them. Reuters, I'm seeing a new report from Reuters here. Hold on a moment here. Reuters is reporting that Pakistan's Chinese-made jet brought down 2 Indian fighter aircraft. U.S. officials say. Look at this report. I haven't even seen this yet. Hang on one moment here. Give me one moment. Again, Reuters is reporting Pakistan's Chinese-made jet brought down 2 Indian fighter aircraft, U.S. officials say. The report says a top Chinese-made Pakistani fighter shot down at least 2 Indian military aircraft on Wednesday, two U.S. officials told Reuters, marking a major milestone for Beijing's advanced fighter jet. One U.S. official, speaking on condition of anonymity, said there was high confidence that Pakistan had used the Chinese-made J-10 aircraft to launch air-to-air missiles against Indian fighter jets, bringing down at least two. Another official said at least one Indian jet that was shot down was a French-made Rafale fighter aircraft. India has not acknowledged the loss of any of its planes and instead said it carried out successful strikes against what it said was terrorist infrastructure inside Pakistan. In France, the Rafale manufacturer could not immediately be reached for comment. So I'm just passing along that report as well. We don't know who the new pope is. We won't know. Guys, I literally have on the screen. I'm aware there's a new pope. It literally says on the screen, live new pope chosen. So we don't know who the new pope is yet. We'll know when the new pope emerges, and we'll show you live video of that. We'll see. We'll have live video of it. What I should do, we don't need the bottom. We just need this one right here. Make that a little bigger. Okay. Trying to get you more updates on the situation with India and Pakistan. We've been telling you how there's new Pakistani drone attacks reported in Indian Kashmir. So we want to get you updated on that. And I am checking a bunch of different sources here. So, and we'll keep an eye on what's going on with the Pope video as well. Oh yeah, see there's see the video right here? You can see that's where the Pope is going to appear. In the that's the video in the corner there. So I'll make it bigger when he actually comes out. The new Pope is going to emerge shortly. Make it a little bigger here. There. New Pope to appear. Oops, sorry, hold on. All right, we'll keep that up there. The Indian Express reports that Jammu, the city of Jammu in Kashmir, which has a population of, hold on a moment here. Give me one moment. The city of Jammu in Kashmir, which has a population of about 500,000 people, it is being reported by Indian Express that, if you give me a second here, Jammu is witnessing a complete blackout, with reports of citizens witnessing missile streaks in the sky and a drone attack by Pakistan. The Indian Express also reports a full blackout is being seen in Baramulla in Kashmir and also Pathankot in Indian Punjab state. We're waiting for the new pope right now. Let me, guys, for the moment, what I'm going to do, for the moment, since it's about to happen, I'm going to actually make this video full screen for you. If you give me a second here, let's make this video full screen here. And let me get this off, this on live Vatican City. And we're waiting, and I'll get sound on too in a second. And I mean, we're just interrupting so we can see this. What I should do is put my headphones on. I got to put my headphones on. The broadcast might pause for a second when my headphones kick in. Hang on. Right now. Okay, so we are bringing you live coverage of the India-Pakistan conflict, but we're also keeping an eye on the new pope about to appear, and so I have that up on the screen for you. And once that's over, we'll go back to 100% India-Pakistan updates. But I just want to have this up there for you, because this has not happened this often. The last time this happened was 2013, and 2005 before that. Okay, meanwhile, while I have this on the screen, I'm going to take some more comments in a second. Let me get you some more updates about the situation after this apparent Pakistani drone attack in Kashmir. By the way, I should read you a few hours ago what India said a few hours ago. By the way, AP has a headline that says, I'll show you what the AP headline says. India and Pakistan trade fire and accusations as fears of a wider military confrontation rise. You know, overnight in, let me turn this down a little bit. Overnight, there were reports coming out of Pakistan of drones, of Indian drones, being shot down in Pakistan. That was overnight. And India actually came out with a statement a few hours ago where I'm going to read you. By the way, I'm just pointing out, you're looking at a live shot of Vatican City right now. We've interrupted. We're still covering India and Pakistan, but a new pope has been chosen. You're looking at live video right now from Vatican City. Very soon, the new pope at any moment is going to appear in on the balcony. I think it's of St. Peter's Basilica, and we'll see who it is, and he will, I guess, give his first blessing. So you're seeing the proceedings going on there right now, and so we're trying to give you coverage of both things at once. So let me show you what the government of India said a few hours ago. Again, this is what they said, but this is their version. Pakistan, their version and Pakistan's version often are very different. So the Ministry of Defense of India said about, this is about 7 hours ago, they said on the night of May 7th, May 8th, 2025, Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in northern and western India using drones and missiles, all of which were effectively neutralized by the integrated counter-UAS grid and air defense systems. In response, Indian armed forces targeted air defense radars and systems in various locations in Pakistan. The intense, unprovoked firing by Pakistan along the line of control has led to the loss of 16 innocent Indian lives, and our forces acted decisively to silence the hostile fire. India's response has been in the same domain with the same intensity and remains focused, measured, and is non-escalatory. Again, I can't confirm this version of things. They came out with this statement after there were a number of reports in Pakistan of Indian drones being shot down in Pakistan. India is saying that they attacked air defense radars and systems in various locations in Pakistan after Pakistan fired drones and missiles. So anyways, I can't really tell you what the exact truth is. And just in the last hour or so, there have been new drone attacks. A new drone attack by Pakistan reported in Kashmir. So, but this video we have on the screen now, we have because we're about to see the new Pope, and that is breaking news. So we'll have this video up until the new Pope appears, so you can all see the new Pope when he comes out live, and then we'll go back to the video. I'll still be talking about India and Pakistan, but we'll have this video up until that happens, so you can see that as well. Oh, sorry, I can turn it up a little more. I have the volume way down. Okay, in the meantime, let me get you some more updates here. Oh, the Pakistan correspondent for the New York Times, I have an update for you. Thanks to FJ for posting this. That's helpful. Hang on a moment here. FJ posted a post from the Pakistan correspondent for the New York Times. So we have a new statement from Pakistan. New statement from Pakistan, guys. Salman Masood reports Pakistani security officials deny reports that Pakistan launched a drone strike on Indian-controlled Kashmir on Thursday evening, amid widespread accounts of explosions across Jammu and Kashmir. All fake news, one Pakistani official said. Not a single target has been hit by us so far. Pakistani officials maintain that up to this point, Pakistan's actions have been defensive in nature. So Salman Masood from the New York Times reports that Pakistani security officials are denying reports of a new Pakistani drone attack in Indian-controlled Kashmir. Again, as I said, For the last couple days, you have all kinds of reports coming from both sides, in the media of both sides, in particular, but also you have governments, but also governments, actually both. Both the media on both sides and governments on both sides are saying various things. It's impossible in a lot of cases to figure out, to confirm these reports, different versions of events. So, but there's certainly a lot of video that came out of things flying through the sky in Kashmir. As I mentioned, Reuters said that Reuters witnesses, a Reuters journalist said sirens sounded and red flashes and projectiles could be seen in the night sky above Jammu and Kashmir. So you have people seeing this stuff. By the way, a quick thanks to Sebastian Lee and D for your support, and Christy M, our member, and Casey, Janet B for the gift memberships, HM Doppelganger, our member, Caleb Miller. I haven't seen reports of explosions in Punjab, India. I will look into that, but I have not. Well, I think I read you. There was one report that said something about that I think I read earlier, but it's very hard to say exactly what's going on. Hold on a second here. Hang on. Let me just do something real quick. What I need to do is do this. Give me a moment. Here, let me get this full for you, and the other one partly. There, that's what we want. We need that one full screen. There is the balcony there. Okay, so we got you double video here of what's going on. But that is the balcony where the Pope is going to appear. Thank you, Caleb Miller. Yeah, I mean, there's different versions of what has been going on in the last hour or two. It's not exactly clear to me what's going on. And whether how many places were involved. So India Today says that, what does India Today say? India Today has a headline that says Pakistan missile and drone attacks in Jammu, and also, which is in Kashmir, and also Punjab and Rajasthan in India proper. I can't confirm those reports, especially the stuff about India proper. The videos I've seen floating around the internet and the reporting I've seen focuses on Kashmir. But I'll keep looking for more updates. Monster Visualization says Jammu is not in Kashmir. Well, I think we're just operating with different definitions of Kashmir. Because they're called. Hold on a second here. What happened here? Oh, there we go. Yeah, I mean, if you go to Wikipedia, it says Jammu is a city in Indian-administered Jammu and Kashmir in the disputed Kashmir region. So when I say Kashmir, I'm talking about the disputed Kashmir region. Now, I know India calls part of it Jammu and Kashmir. So just, you know, with the terminology here, maybe there's specific things on different sides where they call, one side calls one thing X and another side calls one thing Y. But when I say Kashmir, I'm just talking about, it's a more larger definition of the disputed territory. But I'm I'm reading you the Wikipedia article. Jammu is a city in an Indian-administered Jammu and Kashmir in the disputed Kashmir region. Thank you, Monster Visualizations, for your support, though. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Nith, who says in video they were speaking the local language. Thank you also, PZ Papa Zulu and Anna Maria, our member. We're about to see the new Pope come out, too. So we have that on the screen for you. Yeah, I've also seen some Indian media is claiming that India shot down a Pakistani F-16 jet. Shuaib Zaidi mentioned that. Thank you, Shuaib, for your support. Look, I'm going to say this again and again and again. Both sides' governments and both sides' medias have basically nonstop for days been making claims. It's impossible to figure out if these claims are true, a lot of them. So I'm going to just say reports all the time. It is impossible to figure out what the exact situation is. I don't know. But please take everything with a grain of salt. And we said this a couple days ago. Please take it with a grain of salt. Because you have things being reported constantly. ANI says a complete blackout has been enforced in Jalandhar, Punjab, in India proper. Crazy Yoda. Thank you, Crazy Yoda. Crazy Yoda says the chest thumping in that region is so bad, it is a reporter's nightmare as to what is true and not true. We're waiting for the new Pope, by the way. Now, see, this is what it's like. Indian media is saying that India shot down a Pakistani F-16. I'm now looking at a major Pakistani media outlet, ARY, and they have a report that says Indian claim of shooting down Pakistan's F-16 jet turns out to be false. Which side is true? I don't know. I have no idea. In addition to both sides making claims, both sides, medias, and governments are also constantly saying that the other side is false. We are waiting for the... I'm going to make this full screen here. We're waiting for the new Pope to appear. Actually, I think that shot is better. That seems like the better shot. How's the audio on that shot? Aaron Coe says maybe both sides are false. I don't know. I would be shocked. Hold on a second here. Hold on a second here. Our viewer, Alid.tog, thinks the truth is somewhere in the middle. Again, we've interrupted our coverage just to show you the new Pope, who's coming out at any moment now. Guys, so as I mentioned, I have seen reports in Indian media claiming that India shot down a Pakistani fighter jet. Like, for example, India Today says government sources say India shot down a Pakistani fighter jet. FJ, who I follow, just posted a statement from the Pakistani information minister. And the Pakistani information minister says absurd and false claims being made by India about shooting down F-16 and F-17 and JF-17 fighter jets. Fake and concocted stories will get you nowhere. Such false claims only reflect your desperation, denied and rejected. So we have for several days now, we have India and Pakistan, both government and media, accusing each other of attacks and making claims about the success of their own militaries and accusing each other of lying about various claims. Sheev McQueen says, both sides are stubborn as blank, gonna be hard to mediate this conflict and de-escalate. Yeah, I mean, look, it certainly doesn't sound like we're close to de-escalation right now. I mean, who knows what's being said in the background. Bad Cat says probably never going to know the truth. Thank you, Network. I appreciate that. We don't know who this Pope is going to be. We'll have to see. It's going to be one of the cardinals, but we'll have to see who it is. Thanks, Panergic Jester, who says the first casualty in war is the truth. Thank you also, Deshark. I haven't seen that report, Deshark. Deshark said they saw some report from Republic TV that India strikes Lahore. I haven't even seen that yet, but I don't know if that's an old report or a new report. But again, I can't confirm really. It's very hard to confirm any of these reports. It does seem like there was some sort of projectile attack going on in Kashmir because of the video and eyewitness reports there like around an hour ago. Hey, thank you so much, Deshark. I really appreciate that. Also, Insomniac, who says, hi from southern India, not knowing WTF is happening. By the way, Salman Masood with the New York Times says the Saudi foreign minister is heading to Islamabad, Pakistan Friday as diplomatic activity speeds up in a bid for de-escalation. You know, while it might not sound like de-escalation is happening anytime soon, you never know. Maybe a bunch of the fighting words are for domestic consumption. Oh, I also forgot to mention that a little while ago, India Today, about an hour ago, reported heavy artillery exchange starts in Poonch. Poonch is in Indian-controlled Kashmir near the border. A couple days ago, we had a live shot from there. We don't have such a shot now. I don't know that we'll be getting one. Oh, wait, hold on. Guys, we have a live shot from Poonch. We have a live shot from Poonch. One moment. I got to get you the Poonch live stream. Oh my gosh. We got a live shot from Poonch in Kashmir. New live shot. It's back. So I got to get that up on the screen. All right, give me a moment here. Hopefully it works. Now, give me a moment. I'm getting it on the screen for you. Hang on. What am I? That's Poonch. Okay, so what I need to do is get this more like in the corner. All right, so we got the Pope here. How do I do this? What's the best way to do this? Pope in the corner. We got Poonch. I'm going to turn the volume down on that. I'm going to turn the volume up on Poonch. That is Poonch in Kashmir. You're hearing some booms there. Oh, I know what I'll do this. Hold on a second here. Sorry, I'm going to make that go away. What I need to do is put up on the screen this right here. Oh, I see. So I'll make this bigger. I'll make everything fit. A lot of dogs barking in Poonch right now. All kinds of dogs barking. So we got a live shot of Poonch in India-controlled Kashmir. We got a live shot of the Pope who's about to speak. And when the Pope speaks, I will put the volume on for that. But for now, I didn't even know we had this shot. When did that start? No idea when that started. And it's lots of dogs barking. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that. Let me get you more updates. And I got to keep an eye on the Pope coming out too. That's incredible that we have this. I didn't think we'd be getting that live stream back. Yeah, I mean, here's another unconfirmed. I'm seeing another unconfirmed report on social media. We might have lost this feed. We might have lost the feed. We'll see. That's it. The feed is done for now. So I hope they get it back. You can see it says just fed. So for now, we don't have the feed anymore from Poonch. That was quick. Well, we'll see if we get it back. I hope we get it back, but hadn't had it for 2 days. It wasn't there long, so hopefully we get it back. As soon as if it comes back, I will ask and see if it's coming back. I don't know if they know. Maybe they were told to not stream. That I can't tell you. Hold on a second. What I do want to do here is get this up on the screen for you. Yeah, so it's a bummer that the Poonch stream was only up for a bit. It was kind of strange to see it up there, but I hope we get it back, but it's not back right now, so we'll have to see if it comes in. It's possible that it'll be back after the Pope stuff, because sometimes there's too many live feeds going on. So it's possible that when the Pope stuff is over, they'll start showing it again. I'm checking in with them to see. We don't know who the new Pope is yet. He's about to be revealed. Thank you to Captain Jerry Donnelly and Hello Voltage. I really appreciate it. Captain Jerry Donnelly and Hello Voltage and Sean Ryder. As Sean points out, in 1947, that is when the British rule over the area ended and independent Pakistan and independent India began. But what was going to happen to Kashmir was left unsettled. And Kashmir has been a disputed region between India and Pakistan since then. Thank you, Uncle Lester Cam, by the way, and Astro Ninja, and Maria Madrigal, and Vincent Crothers, our member. Also, Roaches in the Cabinet on Twitch, Site Insistent on Twitch, Jeffrayam on Twitch. Cobalt Raven, Massachusetts guy on Twitch. Thanks for the gift subs. Massachusetts guy. Also, John Deeds on Twitch. Thanks for your support. And Daddy Dino. And the Sugar O. Thank you. So, we're bringing you the latest updates on India, Pakistan. But we have this video up where any moment the new Pope, we don't know who it is, will be revealed in Vatican City on that balcony. So it looks like, by the way, I was messaging with AFP. It doesn't look like that they anticipate getting the Poonch stream back soon. I wish they could, but for now, doesn't look like they anticipate getting it back soon. You know, I should check. I think it was up a little longer than I thought, but maybe like it might have been up for like almost an hour. I just hadn't been up for 2 days. I should check and see if there was anything on it there. You know what I can do? I can go back, that stream, I can go back and I can see what's on it. Maybe there's interesting stuff on it. I think they went live from Poonch after explosions had been reported there. I think that's what happened. Yeah, it said view of border town following explosions at Jammu airport in Indian-held Kashmir. Yeah, it wasn't up for that long. Anyways. Well, hopefully they can get it back at some point. We're waiting for the new Pope to come out any moment now. Sorry, give me a moment. I'm just checking a couple different sources here for updates. Just give me a moment. Thanks. FJ, who I follow, reposted the journalist Siddhant Seabal, Indian journalist. He says India defense source confirms no movement of tanks on either side. That's what he's saying. ANI, which is an Indian outlet, says Indian army officials say news reports with respect to suicide attacks by terrorists at Pathankot or Rajorf are completely false. Why are they showing this and not the... Let me show you the other one there. Thanks so much to UV for the gift memberships. That's really kind of you, UV. Thank you also, Kenneth Colton, for the gift memberships. That's really nice of you, Kenneth. Thank you. Thank you, Goron Vero, for your support. Thank you, D. D mentioned a live stream. Maybe I'll check it out, D. I cannot take other live streams, just whatever one I want. I can only use streams that I've paid for and that I have the right to. So maybe I'll check that out here on the side for myself, D. Thanks for the recommendation. But I can only show streams I have the rights to. Thank you, Robin Ridge as well, and Goron Vero. Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing these I should have like a permanent thing on the screen that says unconfirmed report. One journalist, Siddhant Seabal, who's with WION News, says looks like India has hit Lahore in Pakistan in response to Pakistani drone attack. Is that true? Absolutely no idea. No idea at all. So I will certainly let you know different reports I'm hearing, but as I said, all kinds of reports coming out from media and government on both sides. Impossible to tell whether most of it is true, and both sides also constantly saying the other side is false. Another unconfirmed report from a reporter, Barka Dut in India, says that a Pakistani pilot is in Indian custody. Is that true? No idea. I mean, it is interesting. If you look at the Pakistani press, it's interesting how this works. If you look at Pakistani press, there happen to be lots of reports of how well the Pakistani military is doing. And if you look at the Indian press, there seem to be a lot of reports about how well the Indian military is doing. Gamer Tot says Battle of the Press. Thank you to Calvin Aubrey. Oh, hold on. Here's the Pope. Look. Here's the Pope. Here's the Pope right now. New Pope. It's the new Pope. It's the new Pope. Who is it? I can't see.
Annuncio vobis gaudium magnum. Habemus Papam. Eminentissimum, ac reverendissimum Dominum Robertum Franciscum, Sancte Romane Ecclesiae Cardinalem Prevost, qui sibi nomen imposuit Leonem XIV.
I'm sorry, the camera angles were not great. Hold on a second. I'm still confused. The first, is it an American Pope? Do we have an American Pope? I believe there's an American Pope. First American Pope I'm seeing. Yes, I'm seeing that it's an American Pope. The new Pope is an American. Robert Francis Prevost. An American has been elected Pope. Robert Francis Prevost. Breaking news. Again, Cardinal Prevost, born in Chicago, has been named the new Pope. He spent many years in Peru. He has taken the name Leo the 14th, Pope Leo the 14th. So again, the new Pope is Pope Leo the 14th. He was born in Chicago. He's the first American Pope ever. He spent many years working in Peru. Cardinal Robert F. Prevost, who is now Pope Leo the 14th. Wow. He is 69 years old. He is both Peruvian and American. He was born in Chicago. By Peruvian, I don't know if his ethnicity. I don't know if he has any ethnicity of Peruvian, but he spent many years working in Peru. Again, Pope Leo XIV, new Pope, Pope Leo XIV, and it is Robert F. Prevost, an American. Here it is. Look, here's the Wikipedia page. Pope Leo XIV. That picture is from 2014 from Wikipedia. From Fray Jean Hatton. But the Wikipedia page is now Pope Leo XIV. Pet Brett says Polly Market did not see this one coming. I don't think he was certain. You know, a lot of articles said that that the favorites often don't win. Robert Prevost going into the here. Look at this. This is the Polly Market page. This is an online betting site. Look at Robert. The blue line is Robert Prevost. So if we can update this to 1 hour, I mean, Robert Prevost was, he was down at about 0.5%. So the odds were basically like 200 to 1 on Robert Prevost. You can see there, right before the announcement. Wow. Yeah, betting on the Pope. A bunch of people bet on the Pope. So again, we're covering Pakistan and India. But live, what we just saw, the first American Pope emerged. He has taken the name Pope Leo IV. Pope Leo IV. It is Robert Francis Prevost. Or Prevost? I don't even know which one it is. I'll try to get you a little information about him too. But again, he spent many years in Peru. I'll actually try to show you, give you a little about him. Then we're going to go back and get you caught up on all the India and Pakistan stuff. So here's a description of him from AP, from before. The Chicago-born Prevost is a prefect of the Vatican's powerful dicastery for bishops in charge of vetting nominations for bishops around the world. He has extensive experience in Peru, first as a missionary and then archbishop. Francis had an eye on him for years, sending him to run the Diocese of Chiclayo, Peru in 2014. He held that position until 2023 when Francis brought him to Rome for his current role. Okay, so that is the new Pope, an American, born in America, spent many years in Peru, Robert Francis Prevost. Wow, a surprise pick. I'll try to get you a little more about him. Hang on one sec here. Here, look. Robert Cardinal Prevost elected Pope Leo XIV. There's a picture of him from Reuters. And then let me show you what Reuters said about him before. Prevost, 69, an American who has spent much of his career as a missionary in Peru, is a relative unknown on the global stage. Made a cardinal by Pope Francis in 2023, he has given few media interviews and rarely speaks in public. Originally from Chicago, he has attracted interest from his peers because of his quiet style and support for Francis's 12-year papacy, especially his commitment to social justice issues. Prevost served as a bishop in Chiclayo in northwestern Peru from 2015 to 2023. Francis brought him to Rome that year to head the Vatican office in charge of choosing which priests should serve as Catholic bishops across the globe, meaning he has had a hand in selecting many of the world's bishops. Prevost said during the 2023 Vatican press conference, "Our work is to enlarge the tent and to let everyone know they are welcome inside the church." I mean, that makes it sound that he's more on the progressive side like Francis was. I don't know. I'm just drawing that conclusion from the short blurb there. Oh, hold on. Vatican, hold on. Hold on a second. Vatican. Live. Hey, was that not him on the balcony before? I apologize. I am not an expert on religion. Was he on the balcony before or not? Oh, it wasn't. Wow. I thought it was him before on the balcony. So I'm sorry about that. There he is. That is the new Pope. First American Pope. Uh-oh, the feed paused. That's the feed. That's not me. That's the feed that paused. Both feeds paused. I have two feeds. What happened to it? The feed went down. I think I have a third feed. Hold on. Oh, it's back. It's back. Ooh, hold on. I have this one too. I have this one. I have a better one. Hold on. I'm getting you the better shot. I messed this up, but I got a better shot for you right now. Sorry. Why is that not working? Why is that one not working? Why is that shot not working? Let me get you the better shot here.
Carissimi, questo è il primo saluto del Cristo risorto, il buon pastore che ha dato la vita per il gregge di Dio. Anch'io vorrei che questo saluto di pace entrasse nel vostro cuore, raggiungesse le vostre famiglie, a tutte le persone, ovunque siano, a tutti i popoli, a tutta la terra. La pace sia con voi. Questa è la pace di Cristo risorto. una pace disarmata e una pace disarmante, umile e perseverante. Proviene da Dio, Dio che ci ama a tutti incondizionalmente. Ancora conserviamo nei nostri orecchi quella voce debole ma sempre coraggiosa di Papa Francesco che benediva Roma. Il Papa che benediva Roma dava la sua benedizione al mondo intero, quella mattina del giorno di Pasqua. Consentitemi di dar seguito a quella stessa benedizione. Dio ci vuole bene, Dio vi ama tutti e il male non prevarrà. Siamo tutti nelle mani di Dio. Pertanto, senza paura, uniti, mano nella mano con Dio e tra di noi, andiamo avanti. Siamo discepoli di Cristo. Cristo ci precede. Il mondo ha bisogno della sua luce. L'umanità necessita di Lui come il ponte per essere raggiunta da Dio e dal suo amore. Aiutateci anche voi, poi gli uni gli altri, a costruire i ponti con il dialogo, con l'incontro, unendoci tutti per essere un solo popolo, sempre in pace. Grazie a Papa Francesco. Voglio ringraziare anche tutti i confratelli cardinali che hanno scelto me per essere successore di Pietro e camminare insieme a voi come Chiesa unita, cercando sempre la pace, la giustizia, cercando sempre lavorare come uomini e donne fedeli a Gesù Cristo, senza paura, per proclamare il Vangelo, per essere missionari. Sono un figlio di Sant'Agostino, agostiniano, che ha detto: con voi sono cristiano e per voi vescovo. In questo senso possiamo tutti camminare insieme verso quella patria la quale Dio ci ha preparato. Alla Chiesa di Roma un saluto speciale. Dobbiamo cercare insieme una Chiesa missionaria, una Chiesa che costruisce i ponti, il dialogo, sempre aperta a ricevere, come questa piazza con le braccia aperte, a tutti coloro che hanno bisogno della nostra carità, la nostra presenza, il dialogo, l'amore. Y se me permiten también una palabra, un saludo a todos aquellos, y en modo particular a mi querida diócesis de Chiclayo en el Perú. Donde un pueblo fiel ha acompañado a su obispo, ha compartido su fe y ha dado tanto para seguir siendo Iglesia fiel di Jesucristo. A tutti voi, fratelli e sorelle di Roma, d'Italia di tutto il mondo. Vogliamo essere una Chiesa sinodale, una Chiesa che cammina, una Chiesa che cerca sempre la pace, cerca sempre la carità, cerca sempre di essere vicino specialmente a coloro che soffrono. Oggi, il giorno della supplica alla Madonna di Pompei. Nostra Madre Maria vuole sempre camminare con noi, stare vicino, aiutarci con la sua intercessione e il suo amore. Allora vorrei pregare insieme a voi. Preghiamo insieme per questa nuova missione, però per tutta la Chiesa, per la pace nel mondo, e chiediamo questa grazia speciale di Maria, nostra Madre. Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù. Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Il Santo Padre Leone, a tutti i fedeli presenti e a quelli che ricevono la sua benedizione a mezzo della radio, della televisione e delle altre tecnologie di comunicazione, concede l'indulgenza plenaria nella forma stabilita dalla Chiesa. Preghiamo Dio Onnipotente perché conservi a lungo il Papa a guida della Chiesa e conceda pace e unità alla Chiesa in tutto il mondo.
Sancti Apostoli Petrus et Paulus, de quorum potestate et auctoritate confidimus, ipsi intercedant pro nobis ad Dominum. Amen. Precibus et meritis Beate Mariae semper Virginis, Beati Michaelis Arcangeli, Beati Ioannis Baptiste, et Sanctorum Apostolorum Petri et Pauli et omnium Sanctorum, misereatur vestri omnipotens Deus, et dimissis omnibus peccatis vestris, perducat vos Iesus Christus ad vitam aeternam. Amen. Indulgentiam, absolutionem et remissionem omnium peccatorum vestrorum, spatium vere et fructuose penitentiae, cor semper penitens, et emendationem vitae, gratiam et consolationem Sancti Spiritus.
We're just going to watch the new Pope, and then we'll go back to the Pakistan-India coverage. I appreciate you staying with us. Again, we will shortly go back to the Pakistan-India coverage.
Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti descendat super vos et maniat semper.
All right, so we have been watching, again, we interrupted our coverage of Pakistan, India, so we could bring you the appearance of the new Pope, an American Pope, first American Pope. He spent many years in Peru, Pope Leo XIV. And I apologize. We were covering Pakistan and India, and we jumped over to this, and I actually thought the first person on the balcony was him. So that was my screw up. But I'm glad we were able to bring you the news of that happening and show you him speaking as he came out. So again, I apologize for my confusion. I am not a religious expert, so, and I don't think it added to my confusion that we were covering two things at once. But sorry about that, my bad. Anyways, you got to see him, and you got to see the live video from the scene. So I'm going to go back in a second to the Pakistan-India coverage. That is what we came on to cover, and but wanted to bring you this important breaking news. And Fred Flintstone says, nobody expected this. Yeah, as I mentioned on the betting site Polymarket, it appears to me that the odds against him were around 200 to 1. He was like a 0.5% chance to be Pope. He was not one of the favorites. Oh, there he goes. There he goes. Look, you know, we had talked about this on previous streams where we talked about the conclave, that there's a famous saying, you go into the conclave a pope and you come out a cardinal. And the idea is that often somebody unexpected wins. Francis was not expected to become pope when he became pope. So there you go. All right. So let's go back. We're going to leave this for now. We're going to jump back over to India, Pakistan. Okay? Okay, everybody? So let's go back to India, Pakistan. But thank you for your patience as we jumped over to see that as well. Okay, now we got to get caught up on India and Pakistan with lots going on there. Okay, by the way, a quick thank you to Ryan Vegan Tech, Clean 937, Samuel, Jumper 23, Diane Satari, Jaru Lara, FGH, Mitchell Pilot. Mitchell Pilot thinks the crowd was not happy in that, mostly it was Italians in that crowd, and that a lot of them wanted an Italian Pope. Thank you, Boomer Wow, Mike, Big, Matthew Bradford, Bebop and Rocksteady, thank you. Anne-Marie Gorin Vero, thank you. Florist 93, and Calvin Aubrey, and Contin No Tenchi. And also, hang on a moment. Oh, you know what? Oh, sorry. I don't know if I could have given that to you. Sorry. I don't think I had a translation available. Let's see. I don't have a live stream from Kashmir right now, by the way. If I get that back, I will certainly put it on the air. All right. Give me a second. Let's get organized here. Let's get organized. Thank you also to Floyd Divino and Roaches in the Cabinet for your support. And Ronald Kane. Ronald says, I am not a Catholic, but I think is important in world's affairs. And I do want to mention, before we jump back into Pakistan, India, I do want to mention that President Trump posted about the new Pope. And President Trump said on Truth Social, he said, congratulations to Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost, who was just named Pope. It is such an honor to realize he is the first American Pope. What excitement and what a great honor for our country. I look forward to meeting Pope Leo XIV. It will be a very meaningful moment. Okay, So, that's the Pope update for now. That is the Pope update for now. We got to go back and get back into the updates from Pakistan and India. Oh, thank you, Sean TV. Hey, that's very generous of you, Sean TV. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Sean. All right, hold on. I'm just getting the India clock ready. Where is my India clock? Okay. Okay. Now. Let's begin by talking about when we came on the air today. Oops. When we came on the air, there had just been a reported Pakistani drone attack in Indian Kashmir. Remember, this started back on, well, the escalation, this escalation cycle started on April 22nd, when there was a terror attack in Indian Kashmir. Kashmir is a disputed territory. For decades, both Pakistan and India have claimed the territory of Kashmir, and each of them controls a part of it. Back on April 22nd, there was a terror attack that killed over 20 Indian tourists who were in Indian-controlled Kashmir. And the terror attack was done by Muslim Islamic militants. And India blamed the Pakistani government for having involvement in the attack, which the Pakistani government denied. And on Wednesday morning, India launched strikes on a number of what they called terrorist sites in both Pakistani Kashmir and Pakistan itself, Pakistan proper, and including in Punjab, in Punjab region, which is I believe the most popular region in Pakistan. So that happened on early Wednesday, the Indian attacks, and then after that, Punjab, Pakistan is the most populous province of Pakistan. So after the Indian attacks on Wednesday on Pakistan, there was a bunch of fighting in Kashmir across the border between the two sides, and then overnight, each side accused the other of launching more attacks. And then, right before we came on the air a few hours ago, there was this new reporting about a Pakistani drone attack in Indian Kashmir and possibly other places in India. As I've been saying, for days now, you have each side, the governments on each side, the press on each side, making all sorts of claims about things their military has done and saying the other side is making false claims. And most of this stuff, it's impossible to tell whether it's true. We just don't know. So, but there's been a bunch of video evidence and witnesses that saw these projectiles going through the sky in Indian Kashmir. So you can see Reuters reported on this and said that blasts rang out across the city of Jammu in Indian Kashmir late on Thursday during what India's military said was a Pakistani drone and missile attack. across the disputed region on the second day of clashes between the nuclear-armed neighbors. Sirens sounded and red flashes and projectiles could be seen in the night sky above the city, which was plunged into a blackout, a Reuters journalist said. There was no immediate comment from Pakistan on what appeared to be an escalation in the country's worst confrontation in more than 2 decades. Our army installations are under attack. It is happening in 5 districts of Jammu region, a security official told Reuters, an Indian security official. 8 missiles fired from Pakistan at the Jammu region. This is from an Indian military. The Indian military claims that an Indian military source claims that 8 missiles fired from Pakistan at the Jammu region, towns of Satwari, Samba, Ranbir, Singhpura, and Arnia were all intercepted by air defense units. Is that true? Were there 8 missiles fired at those places? Were they all intercepted? I have no idea. The military source, Indian military source, said they were just part of a wider attack. Pakistan's defense minister had earlier said that further retaliation was increasingly certain after both countries accused each other of launching drone attacks in the past day. Crazy, crazy, crazy. The relationship between India and Pakistan has been fraught with tension since they gained independence from colonial Britain in 1947. The countries have fought 3 wars, 2 of them over the disputed territory of Kashmir, and clashed many times. The countries both claim Kashmir in full and rule over parts of it separately, and they both have nuclear weapons. So here's a summary of what's happened since Wednesday. Okay? I know it's a little complex here. In the latest confrontations, India said it had hit 9 terrorist infrastructure sites in Pakistan on Wednesday in retaliation for what it says was a deadly Pakistan-backed attack in Indian Kashmir on April 22nd. Pakistan says it was not involved in the April 22nd attack and denied that any of the sites hit by India were bases of militants. Pakistan claims that that dozens of civilians were killed in the Indian strikes. Pakistan says it's shot down 5 Indian aircraft on Wednesday, a report the Indian embassy in Beijing dismissed as misinformation. Pakistan's military said earlier on Thursday it shot down 29 drones from India at multiple locations, including the 2 largest cities of Karachi and Lahore and the garrison city of Rawalpindi, home to the Army's headquarters. Is that true? I don't know. The Indian Defense Ministry said Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in northern and western India from Wednesday night into Thursday morning, and they were neutralized by Indian air defense systems. Is that true? I don't know. In response, said India, Indian forces targeted air defense radars and systems at a number of locations in Pakistan on Thursday. Is that true? I don't know. It seems like something happened in Pakistan with, there were a bunch of reports in Pakistan of drones being shot down and some videos floating around. So it seems like probably there was, India said they attacked some targets in Pakistan. This is after Wednesday. This is the next day, I believe. But I can't tell you exactly what's going on here. Trading was halted on Pakistan's benchmark share index on Thursday after the index slumped 6.3% on the news of earlier Indian drone attacks, and it closed down about 6%. Local media reported panic buying in some cities in the Indian state of Punjab, which shares a border with Pakistan, as people hoarded essentials. So, we have all kinds of claims going on both sides about what is going on here. And, it certainly seems like after we know that India launched strikes on Pakistan early Wednesday morning, we know there was heavy fighting in Kashmir, heavy artillery exchanges after that. And it really does seem like there have been exchanges, maybe drone attacks on both sides since then. Hard to figure out exactly, at least in Kashmir. In Kashmir, and also it seems like India has launched some drones at Pakistan, and maybe has Pakistan launched stuff at India proper? I don't know. It's very confusing. And let me just show you again. This is a statement that came out from India 7 hours ago. Again, how much of it is true, I don't know. But the Indian Ministry of Defense said about 8 hours ago now. They said on the night of May 7th to May 8th, Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in northern and western India using drones and missiles, all of which were effectively neutralized by the integrated counter-UAS grid and air defense systems. In response, Indian armed forces targeted air defense radars and systems in various locations in Pakistan. The intense, unprovoked firing by Pakistan along the line of control in Kashmir has led to the loss of 16 innocent Indian lives, and our forces acted decisively to silence the hostile fire. India's response has been in the same domain with the same intensity and remains focused, measured, and is non-escalatory. So, clearly there is fighting going back and forth. I can't confirm a lot of the specific details. There's no live feed right now that I have for you. If I get a live feed, I will show it for you. I don't have one available to show you. I'm not hiding it from you. There was for a short time a Poonch live stream a little while ago. That's not up anymore. Okay. Let me try to get you some more updates here. And by the way, thank you to our... And there's all kinds of unconfirmed reports. I've seen there's reports about different towns, different cities in India and Pakistan supposedly being attacked. There was an unconfirmed report that India had taken, had a Pakistani pilot in custody. All this stuff is just unconfirmed. And you have both sides for a couple days now, both the media and the governments, saying that the other side is saying false things. Let me thank, by the way, our moderators. We have Sabrina, we have Ruth Krafasi moderating over there on YouTube. I really appreciate it. On Twitch, we have Big Ball of Yarn, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev. On Facebook, we have Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, and I think Christina Neal was there, and also Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. And a quick thank you, I appreciate your support, to Ron Dykeman, our member, Siddharth Lohochab. There's been we've seen, what was the claim? We've seen, I believe Indian media was claiming that the Indian government was saying that they had shot down a Pakistani fighter, but I've seen reports in Pakistani media claiming that's false. I don't know. Siddharth thinks Pakistan is losing heart and unconditional surrender isn't coming from Pakistan. Thank you, Siddharth Lohochab. I really appreciate your support. Also, thank you to, hang on a moment here, the Vladinator. Thank you, the Vladinator. I think we read that quote earlier. The Vladinator, thank you. I appreciate it. Also, Captain Jerry Donnelly. Okay. Let's get to some more updates here. And hang on a second here. All right, but it's a lot of confusion about what exactly is going on. But clearly, I think the fighting is going back and forth and incidents are happening on both sides. That I think we can be pretty confident about. Let me do a couple checks on some different sources here. Yeah, Agapa Knight says fog of war. Also, look, I'm not an expert. I am not an expert on Pakistani and Indian press. But I will say, in my experience with the media from those two countries, at least when I have looked at it, often it can get very, shall I say, patriotic in the media in the two countries. So, you know, again, there's clearly different stories being told, not just by the governments, but by the medias. They can't both be right for a lot of these things. Maybe the truth is somewhere in the middle. I don't know. Boom says misinformation in this conflict has a long tradition. Don't trust anything for a few days. Yeah, I mean, I'll just go back to, and I've read this before on our stream, I'll go back to what Ankit Panda, who is he is a nuclear weapons expert, who I have followed for years. And what he said about the conflict on the first day, Ankit Panda, he said, I'm going to read his quote here. He said, "Reminder for folks who might be living through their first South Asian crisis. There will be a tremendous amount of disinfo, claims of targets being hit, not hit. And it'll take a while to sort through what actually happened. In 2019, he says, it took us about 3 to 4 days after the initial strikes to get a clear sense." All right, what I need to do is, hang on a second here. I need to take about 15 seconds, about 20 seconds, actually. Give me about 20 seconds. I'm not exaggerating. I need about 20 seconds. I'm going to disappear for 20 seconds. And then I'm going to come back and we're going to give you more updates. All right, 20 seconds. Give me 20 seconds. Might have been 25 seconds. Did I get 20? Let's see here. Hold on a second here. Let's see here. Thank you, by the way, to Fred Witherow, by the way. Thank you, Fred Witherow. Oh, guys, here is something. Check this out. This is from FJ. FJ covers a lot of stuff in the region. He says some Indian journalists appear to be walking back the claim of capturing a Pakistani pilot. They have deleted their posts. As I've said, I saw some reports in Indian media claiming a Pakistani pilot had been captured. As I said repeatedly, I have no idea if that's true. At NatSecJeff is FJ. He mentioned that the Pakistani info minister was denying Indian media claim that they had captured a Pakistani pilot. Oh, new statement. Hey guys, look. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Pakistan. Statement on baseless Indian allegations 7 minutes ago. Both countries' governments are have been coming out with statements saying the other country is lying. So here's a new statement from Pakistan, if I can pull it up here. Okay, new statement from Pakistan. The government of Pakistan categorically rejects the baseless and irresponsible allegations propagated by the Indian media accusing Pakistan of launching attacks on Pathankot, Jaisalmer, and Srinagar. Now, Srinagar is in, that's the capital of Indian Kashmir. This one here is, Jaisalmer that's in India proper, in Rajasthan, and Pathankot is in Punjab. That's India proper. They say, we categorically reject the baseless and irresponsible allegations propagated by the Indian media accusing Pakistan of launching attacks in those 3 cities. These claims are entirely unfounded, politically motivated, and part of a reckless propaganda campaign aimed at maligning Pakistan. The repeated pattern of leveling accusations against Pakistan without any credible investigation reflects a deliberate strategy to manufacture a pretext for aggression and to further destabilize the region. Such actions not only further endanger regional peace, but also reveal a disturbing willingness to exploit misinformation for political and military ends. We urge the international community to take serious note of this dangerous behavior by the Indian media, it's saying, and to counsel India toward restraint and responsibility. Any escalation based on false pretenses will be met with full resolve and determination to safeguard Pakistan's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Pakistan remains vigilant and firmly committed to peace, but it will not be deterred by attempts to provoke, intimidate, or mislead, and reserves the right to respond to acts of aggression. These allegations are rejected in the strongest possible terms. They do seem to suggest that the Indian media is being controlled by the government, because they say that the accusations by the media reflect a deliberate strategy to manufacture a pretext for aggression and to further destabilize the region. So it kind of sounds like they're directing this both at the media and the government. I mean, that's what I'm reading. I don't know, but anyways, that is from the Pakistani Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Wow. Hang on a moment. I want to post that. So again, this is a statement I just showed you from the Pakistani government claiming that the Indian media is making false allegations against Pakistan of launching attacks that it didn't launch, and saying that Indian media, this is a deliberate strategy to manufacture a pretext for aggression and to further destabilize the region. I mean, look, this is where we're at, right? So we have It's not just the governments, it's the media, and you have allegations on both sides, and you have both sides coming out and saying the other one is lying. Thank you, by the way, to Siddharth Lohochab, who does not believe Pakistan. Thank you, Robert Jarris, who says, will it go nuclear? I hope not. I mean, that would be, that would be a kind of extreme point of the conflict if that happened. They both have nuclear weapons, though. Savi is 18, thank you, who claims Fred told him that tanks were moving to the border. I have not heard any kind of reliable information that tanks are moving. But I'll let you know what I hear. Thank you, Savli is 18. Also, Netgear 32. Phil says, don't see how this could de-escalate. Maybe they're talking more calmly behind the scenes. I mean, it's very interesting to see that you can see how, I've been talking about how there's all these accusations in the media of both countries. And I was saying that, in my experience, the media in these countries can be very nationalistic sometimes. And look, it's striking to see the Pakistani government releasing a statement attacking the Indian media. Oh, is there just a new thing here? Hold on a second. Hey, this is interesting. I just saw an interesting thing from Air India. Air India, check it out. In view of an order by the Bureau of Civil Aviation Security on enhanced measures at airports, passengers across India are advised to arrive at their respective airports at least 3 hours prior to scheduled departure to ensure smooth check-in and boarding. Check-in closes 75 minutes before departure. Paul D. thinks both sides are doing what the extremists want. Hang on one moment here. One moment. Thank you. ANI is reporting, they reported, ANI is Indian media. They claim a Pakistani Air Force jet has been shot down in the Pathankot sector by Indian Air Defense, they claim. By the way, Pathankot is in India proper. It's in Punjab. So they just said, they posted that 8 minutes ago. Is that true? I have no idea. Did Pakistan really send a plane into Indian airspace, a fighter jet, an Air Force jet? I don't know. That'd be pretty provocative. I don't know. They said that 8 minutes ago. I actually don't need my earphones at the moment because I don't have any live video playing or anything. I think I'm going to put these away. I'm going to try doing this. It'll take a minute. No, not a minute. We might pause for a second. Sometimes when I do this, it pauses for a second. Let's try this. Don't need them right. I had them on for the Pope coverage. I have a question for you guys. Hey, there's about to be a live U.S. State Department briefing. Hold on a second here. There's about to be a live U.S. State Department briefing. Do you guys want to check that? Do we want to check the State Department briefing? We might check it at the beginning. They might talk about it right at the beginning. I'm not going to watch the whole briefing, but I think maybe the U.S. State Department briefing might talk about, there might be a couple questions about India and Pakistan. So my thought is, let's see. We'll keep an eye on it there. And when it starts, I'll just check out the beginning of it and see if they talk about India, Pakistan. So I'll keep an eye on that. I just saw something else here reported. Hold on a moment here. The education minister of Punjab. Punjab is, well, there's a Punjab in Pakistan and a Punjab in India. Punjab, India. I have an update about Punjab, India, which is a state of India next to Pakistan. Check this out. This is from the education minister in Punjab, Harjot Singh Bains, who says, in view of the evolving situation, it is hereby ordered that all schools, colleges, and universities, government, private, and aided, across entire Punjab shall remain completely closed for the next 3 days. 3 days. Punjab, India has a population of 27 million people. So they are closing their schools, colleges, and universities in the region for the next 3 days. Glam Girl thinks they know something? I don't know. I don't know what they think is going to happen. Maybe they have intelligence about something. Let me update the headline here. Tensions high. how to say the headline. And there's like attacks being reported on both sides. Tensions high. India and Pakistan accusing each other of new attacks. How's that? Because that's been happening. Miscellaneous says, dueling claims of aggression. Here, let me show you this from AP. India and Pakistan trade fire and accusations as fears of a wider military confrontation rise. One of the viewers said, what's a worst case scenario? Well, certainly a full war between the two is a really bad scenario. India fired attack drones into Pakistan on Thursday, killing at least 2 civilians, the Pakistani military said. India, meanwhile, accused Pakistan of attempting its own attack as tensions soared between the nuclear-armed rivals. India acknowledged that it targeted Pakistan's air defense system, and Pakistan said it shot down several of the drones. India said it neutralized Pakistan's attempts to hit military targets. It was not possible to verify all the claims. It was not possible to verify all the claims. And then after all this, there was reporting of a new Pakistan drone attack in Kashmir, Indian Kashmir. The exchanges came a day after Indian missiles struck several locations in Pakistan, which according to Pakistan killed 31 civilians. India said it was retaliating after gunmen killed more than 24 people, mostly Hindu tourists, in India-controlled Kashmir last month. India accused Pakistan of being behind the assault. Pakistan denies that. Both sides have also traded heavy fire across their frontier in disputed Kashmir, and Pakistan claims it killed scores of Indian soldiers. There was no confirmation from India. And then this is the newer reporting here. Late Thursday in Indian-controlled Kashmir, residents of the city of Jammu reported hearing explosions and sirens. There's video showing stuff flying through the air too. Shesh Paul Vaid, the region's former Director General of Police, said there was a complete blackout in Jammu following loud blasts. Bombing, shelling, or missile strikes suspected, he wrote on social media. Jammu is close to the line of control, the de facto border that divides the Kashmir region between India and Pakistan. Pakistan's prime minister vowed to avenge the deaths in India's missile strikes, raising fears the two countries could be headed toward another all-out conflict. Leaders from both nations face mounting public pressure to show strength and seek revenge. That's important to keep in mind, the domestic pressure they face. And the heated rhetoric and competing claims could be a response to that pressure. So AP says the government rhetoric and the government claims of all these actions they're taking and successes their militaries are having could be a response to domestic pressure. Secretary of State Rubio spoke to the Pakistani leader on Thursday and urged both Pakistan and India to work closely to de-escalate the situation. The relationship between the two countries has been shaped by conflict and mutual suspicion, most notably in their dispute over the Kashmir region. They have fought 2 of their 3 wars over the Kashmir Himalayan region, which is split between them and is claimed by both in its entirety. With tensions high, India evacuated thousands of people from villages near the highly militarized frontier in the region. Tens of thousands of people slept in shelters overnight, officials and residents said Thursday. Then it says India fires drones at Pakistan. India fired several Israeli-made Harop drones at Pakistan overnight and into Thursday afternoon, according to the Pakistani army, who claimed 29 drones were shot down and also claimed 2 civilians were killed and another wounded when debris from a downed drone fell in Sindh province, Pakistan. According to the Pakistani military, one drone damaged a military site near the Pakistani city of Lahore and wounded 4 soldiers, and another fell in the garrison city of Rawalpindi near the capital. In Lahore, a local police official said a drone from India was downed near Walton Airport. India's defense ministry said its armed forces targeted air defense radars and systems in several places in Pakistan, including Lahore. Meanwhile, India accused Pakistan of attempting to engage a number of military targets with missiles and drones along the line of control that divides Kashmir and elsewhere along the border. Pakistan's foreign minister rejected India's claim that Pakistan carried out any attack in Indian Punjab region. These accusations are an attempt to incite anti-Pakistan sentiment among the Punjabi Sikh population in India, he said. I mean, all these claims back and forth. The Harop drone produced by Israel's IAI is one of several in India's inventory, according to the International Institute for Strategic Studies Military Balance Report. It combines the capabilities of a drone and a missile and can operate at long ranges. The two sides have also exchanged heavy fire over the past day. Pakistan claims that Pakistan has killed 40 to 50 Indian soldiers in the exchanges along the line of control. India has not commented on that claim. Also, Pakistan denied Indian accusations that Pakistan had fired missiles toward the Indian city of Amritsar, saying that in fact an Indian drone fell in the city. Neither claim could be confirmed. I mean, so many claims back and forth. Flights remain suspended at over 24 airports across northern and western regions of India. Pakistan resumed flights nationwide after suspension at 4 airports. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry for all that reading, but it's like, it just gives you a sense of all of the claims back and forth. So many claims. Ruth says it gets a little confusing. Oh, hold on. Let's see. Let's check the press briefing. Let's check the State Department press briefing. Hold on a moment. What are they saying?
In the midst of the media, the worldwide media, when the work is being done privately between leaders, and we need to really try to keep it that way.
Sorry, and on the terrorist infrastructure.
What I want to do is rewind this for a second, because it started a couple minutes ago. It started like 3 minutes ago, or like 7 minutes ago. Let me just see if anything was said at the start of this briefing about India-Pakistan. I'm going to kind of forward through it here.
My principal and the first Pope from the united in prayer for His Holiness Jai Shankar. In both calls, the Secretary emphasized. That is again from Secretary of State Marco Rubio. This morning, Secretary Rubio spoke with Pakistani Prime Minister Sharif and Indian External Affairs Minister Jai Shankar. In both calls, the Secretary emphasized the need for immediate de-escalation and called for an end to the violence. He expressed U.S. support for direct dialogue between India and Pakistan and encouraged continued efforts to improve communications. Today also marks the 80th anniversary of Victory Day for World War II. As President Trump said...
Let me forward to the questions and just see if she got any questions about India-Pakistan. This briefing just started a few minutes ago. I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but I want to see if there are questions about it.
All right. Taking your questions here. Yes, please.
Thanks, Tammy. On India and Pakistan, I saw the readouts of the Secretary's calls, but can you give us any more details on any requests or commitments that the Secretary made of either the Pakistanis or the Indians moving forward? And there was also a note expressing condolences about civilians killed in his conversation with the Pakistanis. Should we take this to mean that the U.S. does not have fidelity on India's claims that these were terrorist infrastructures that were struck?
Well, I think that having been listening to those calls, some of them, and being in the process, as all of us were in some fashion or another when this conflict began, it was the real focus of the Secretary of State, who has been the center point leading these conversations and this outreach. And he's made very clear, focusing on two things, that this should not escalate. This has been a key framework. Clearly, this has been an issue for decades, and it's with what we saw over the last few weeks after the terrorist attack. It was not surprising, but very, very disappointing. But it was about certainly that it should not escalate, and communication was fundamentally key, that there should be talks, that there should not be silence, and that America obviously was in the center of this in speaking with a variety of leaders of both countries over the last 2 days.
So has he offered to play a mediation role between the two countries?
As you know, I mean, there's this is in every situation. In this particular case, of course, a very delicate and dangerous situation. But in any case where there's diplomatic conversations between leaders of countries, or really any level where there's negotiations happening, we are not going to be speaking about the details. That is certainly our policy. We think it's important to not put details in the midst of the media, the worldwide media, when the work is being done privately between leaders, and we need to really try to keep it that way.
Sorry, and on the terrorist infrastructure, is there anything you can say? Does the U.S. have they been provided with any intelligence to back up India's claims here?
Well, what I can say here, a few more things, certainly. We continue to urge India and Pakistan to work towards a responsible solution in this, and we've been saying that certainly from the beginning. We also want to say that what matters in this particular instance right now where we're at is that the phone calls happened, that we are remaining engaged with both governments at, again, multiple levels. We, though, will not engage in the nature of discussing what the conversations have been or what we've conveyed. Certainly there's a lot already on the record when it comes to our reaction to what's been happening here. So there's some discussion that Pakistan wants an independent investigation as to what has happened regarding the terrorist attack. And, of course, what we say to that is we want the perpetrators to be held accountable and are supportive of any efforts to that end. All right, Sean.
Just pursuing Jenny's question.
Yeah.
In the statement on the readout of the Pakistani Prime Minister with Sharif, it says that the Secretary called for the end of any support to terrorist groups. I mean, is it the view of the United States, along with what India says, that Pakistan is supporting terrorist groups? Well,
obviously in today's world, that's a call that we've been making for decades. It is the dynamic that we've seen in the Middle East disrupting lives. And clearly what happened in Kashmir is awful. And we've all, of course, we send our condolences. The world has rejected the nature of that kind of violence overall, of course, and certainly the president has and continues to. But at this moment in time, there's like one thing that has to stop, which is a back and forth and a continuation of this. And that is what we're focused on right now.
When you say stop with the back and forth and the immediate de-escalation,
yes.
Are you saying that India, after taking action, should stop? Is that basically what you're saying? I mean, both sides,
well, the message from the Secretary, and I think from the United States as a whole in general, is that the violence should stop, that the military action, war, as we've seen in that region, and certainly in the Middle East, has clearly, for generations, proven that it is not a solution. Because it never ends. There has to be a change in that regard. So obviously, when it comes to solving a problem, this administration has made itself clear that war, the military, more violence is not a solution. Diplomacy is a solution, new ideas to stop generational violence and problems. Andrea.
Can I go to the Middle East then? Is that okay?
Certainly,
okay.
yes.
Is there any discernible progress on a ceasefire in Gaza?
So I just wanted to play some of the State Department briefing there. So you heard that the State Department, I think that's Tammy Bruce, if I'm right, the spokesperson, said that Secretary Rubio is pushing for de-escalation there, and that's what America wants in the region right now. So I wanted to check that out. I'm not going to show the whole briefing. Don Lucky says, of course they do. All right, let's try to get you some more updates here. Hey, thanks, by the way, to Phil, our new member, Eric E., our new member, Kiwi. Thanks, Kiwi, our member. Thanks, Absurdity Adept and Billion Purpose. And Siddharth Lohochab. Thank you, Siddharth. Also, Rashad Chowdhury. Thanks for your support. And also Captain Jerry Donnelly and the Vladinator. The Vladinator says terrorism cannot be defeated with conventional war. Vladinator thinks Indian military attacks were never going to solve the issue about Pakistani terrorism. There's an allegation which, this was talked about in the State Department briefing, that Pakistan harbors terrorist groups. Look, India believes that Pakistani government was involved with the terrorists who carried out the April 22nd attack. Pakistan denies this. Anyways, thank you, the Vladinator. There was an Economist article I was looking at yesterday about this, which said The Economist had an article called "Luck Stands Between De-Escalation and Disaster for India and Pakistan." And they said that hold on a second here. They said Pakistan enables or tolerates militant groups within its borders. Let's see here. All right, let's try to get you some more updates. Again, if I get any kind of like a live stream from the area, I'll certainly put it on the screen. I don't have one available right now. So I just saw here. Here's another example of just competing claims. Okay, so this popular Indian journalist whose name is Barka Dutt posted about a half an hour ago claiming that the Indian Navy had targeted the Karachi port, okay? But then A Pakistani journalist, it looks like, yes, Zahid Gishkori says that's false, and says just checked with port authorities in Karachi, everything is absolutely normal. Again, all these claims flying around. FJ reposted that exchange. Thanks to FJ at NatSecJeff for posting that. But it's just like, you know, there's all these claims floating around. I mean, FJ just posted the exchange. That's what FJ did. FJ just posted both posts next to each other. Now, Press Trust of India, which is Indian media, has a new story saying India foils fresh Pakistani attempts to strike military sites in Jammu, that's Kashmir, and Pathankot, which is in India proper, after similar bids in 15 cities. Is that true? I don't know. Obey Banksy thinks both sides are slinging propaganda right now. Boba says, I can't trust anything. A short while ago, I showed you a new statement from the Pakistani government attacking the Indian media for posting false stories. It's what it says are false stories about Pakistan. And claimed false claims about Pakistani attacks. Ross Silly thinks propaganda is part of warfare. Polymarket, by the way, posted... Polymarket, you know, it's a betting site, an online betting site, and they had a betting market where people were betting on who would be the new pope. And Polymarket posted on their social media a person who had bet. They said the person made $64,000 on their bet that Robert Francis Prevost would be the new pope. It was a $1,000 bet they made. So they put $1,000 on this person who was seen as highly unlikely to be the pope. Anyways, a lot of people, some people won money, some people lost money. A lot of people lost money, but that's what betting is, you know? So anyways. No, as somebody asked about betting using Polymarket from the U.S., I don't know for sure. I think it's possible that you're not technically allowed to use it from the U.S., but I don't keep up with that every day. So if that's something you're interested in, look into it yourself. And they're not a sponsor or anything. I'm just letting you know it's a prominent betting site. So, and I think it's interesting. The odds on the site are just based on what the money coming in is, on which people it's they're just based on the money that's being bet on different options. We were talking about it earlier, so I just wanted to give an update on that. It is 12:04. It's just after midnight. It's just after midnight India time, just so you know. It is 12:14 a.m. India time. All right, let's try to get you some more updates here. Hang on, I'm going to show you something in a second. Oh, that's been updated. Can they post the updated version of the article? Let's see here. So the Washington Post has some reporting on the situation. And I want to mention some of that to you. Also, I want to maybe put a map on the screen. That would be nice. Also, AFP might have some reporting on this too. I want to check that out. Oh, this is actually interesting. Let me show you what AFP is reporting right now. Oops. Pakistan, oops, we don't need that on the screen. Pakistan and India accuse each other of waves of drone attacks. India and Pakistan accused each other Thursday of carrying out waves of drone attacks as deadly confrontations between the nuclear-armed foes drew global calls for calm. The fighting comes 2 weeks after India blamed Pakistan for backing an attack on the Indian run side of disputed Kashmir, which Pakistan denied. Again, India on Wednesday said it launched missiles that it said targeted terrorist camps. Pakistan retaliated with a barrage of artillery strikes. They have fought multiple wars over Kashmir since the end of British rule in 1947. Pakistan's army said it shot down 28 Indian drones, while India accused Pakistan of launching overnight raids with drones and missiles and claimed it destroyed an air defense system in Lahore, Pakistan. On Thursday evening, right before we came on the air, explosions were reported at the airport of Jammu, a key city in the Indian-held part of disputed Kashmir. A security source who was unauthorized to speak to the media told AFP. The former Director of General of Police for Jammu and Kashmir wrote on social media there were loud explosions. And then there's, hold on a second here. It says blasts heard in Lahore. Pakistan's military said on Thursday it had neutralized 28 out of 29 Israeli-made Harop drones that crossed into the country in what they called another act of aggression by India. Pakistan's foreign minister said the drones made attempts to attack military installations and targeted civilians. Among the cities allegedly targeted was Rawalpindi, where the Pakistani military is headquartered, and the cricket stadium is hosting there the Pakistan Super League. Residents in Lahore reported hearing the sound of blasts, and aviation authorities briefly shut down operations at the main airport there and in the capital, Islamabad. Look at this from Poonch. In Poonch, and that's where we had our live stream from Wednesday. In Poonch, a town in Indian-administered Jammu and Kashmir that was bombarded on Wednesday and bore the brunt of shelling by Pakistan, Madasar Chowdhury said his sister saw 2 children killed by shells. She saw 2 children running out of her neighbor's house and screamed for them to get back inside, but shrapnel hit the children and they eventually died, he said. Look, I can't confirm all the different reports, but there's clearly been a lot of fighting going on, and I would certainly believe that, unfortunately, people have been killed and injured. "50-year-old Safir Ahmad Awan told AFP in Muzaffarabad, the capital of Pakistan, Kashmir, that was targeted by Indian airstrikes. He said a missile struck the mosque nearby and a piece of shrapnel from the blast pierced my daughter's chest. He said the metal is still lodged in her body. So, all kinds of allegations going back and forth. But hard to know exactly what is going on. Thank you to Dinesh Das, our viewer, who claims Balochistan Liberation Army attacked Pakistan. Rumors? I haven't seen anything about that. If I do, I'll let you know. Thank you, Joe, who says Pakistan hid Osama bin Laden. Thank you also to Lula A. Bell for your support. No, I don't have any kind of live feed of hostilities. If I have it, I will let you know. I don't think it's going to be easy to get. I don't think that if we do, great, I'll show it to you, but I'm not holding my breath to get a live stream, say, from Kashmir. It was on for a little bit earlier today, but, Action Arena says, I am from Jammu. Situation is tense. You know, here's another one of these reports, and it's just like, who knows if this is true? The Indian media outlet, or the Indian media site, The New Indian. What are they, a news site? Yeah. The New Indian claims that reports suggest Pakistani shelling targeted schools, sheltering civilians evacuated from villages near the line of command in Kashmir. Is that true? I have absolutely no idea at all. Each side accusing the other of doing bad things. Here's an update from the minister a new update from the Pakistani Minister of Information, which I also cannot confirm, but we have an update for you. News update. The Pakistani Minister of Information, Ataullah Tarar, says Pakistan Air Defense has successfully shot down another Harop drone in Bahawalnagar, I can't even pronounce it. Almadulila. He just posted that 2 minutes ago. Is that in Pakistan proper? I got to look up on a map. Is that true? I have no idea. I don't know if that's true. But he just posted it. So I figured I'd pass that along to you. That place is in... Oh, that's in Punjab. That's in Punjab, Pakistan, close to the border with India. Probably how many miles away? Just a few miles away. Maybe like just is within 5 miles of the border. That's Bahawalnagar. So again, I don't know if this is true. If this is this Israeli-made drone that can work as both a drone in a missile, but the Minister of Information of Pakistan just posted that Pakistan Air Defense shot down another Indian drone. Yeah. Anonymous says, you might as well put a chat bubble over your head saying, is that true? I have no idea. I cannot confirm. I talked about that earlier, putting something on the screen. Just basically just says everything is unconfirmed. Also, this is another post from about an hour ago from the Information Minister of Pakistan, who says Pakistan has not targeted any locations in Indian illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir or across the international borders so far. Neither has any loss been incurred by the Pakistani Air Force. Indian media is always spreading disinformation, either to craft a fake notion of success before publicly accepting their embarrassing losses during their unprovoked aggression on night of 6-7 May 2025. We have given only defensive response so far. International community may take note. That's the Pakistani Information Minister. Also, he posted before that, absurd and false claims being made by India about shooting down an F-16 and JF-17 fighter jets. Fake and concocted stories will get you nowhere. Such false claims only reflect your desperation. Denied and rejected. Our viewer Sel thinks that's Pakistani propaganda. What can I tell you? I can't tell you what's happening. But this is, this is how things are going. Sorry. Give me 1 second here. Thanks to Ab Dervesh, who says, did you see BBC verified wreckage of a Rafale fighter jet? I didn't see that BBC verified it. I mean, maybe they had some article talking about this. We might have discussed it before. I just Googled it. I don't see exactly what the article is you're talking about. So maybe they said something about it before. I just found it. I just saw it here. Hold on. I think I found it. I can tell you what they say. They said, BBC says they have authenticated 3 village videos which purport to show the wreckage of a French-manufactured Rafale fighter which are used by the Indian Air Force. That's what they said. They say, as you know, well, as we've said before, Pakistan claims it shot down 5 Indian fighter jets. India has not commented on that. So there's a bunch of reports floating around from different news outlets saying that sources have told them that 1 or more Indian fighter jets were shot down. I read you a Reuters report, a new Reuters report today actually said that... A new Reuters report today said Pakistan's Chinese-made jet brought down 2 Indian fighter aircraft, U.S. officials say. Thanks, by the way, to Ab Dervesh for your support and also pointing out that BBC story. I'm not going to start saying stuff is conclusive myself. There's all kinds of... there's certainly a lot of reporting which suggests that at least 1 or more Indian fighter jets was shot down, but I can't confirm that personally. Yeah, we talked about this earlier though. Pakistan's Chinese-made jet brought down 2 Indian fighter aircraft, U.S. officials say. 2 U.S. officials told Reuters that a top Chinese-made Pakistani fighter jet plane shot down at least 2 Indian military aircraft Wednesday, marking a major milestone for Beijing's advanced fighter jet. An Indian Air Force spokesperson said he had no comment when asked about the Reuters report. Reuters says the performance of a leading Chinese fighter jet against a Western rival is being closely watched in Washington for insights into how Beijing might fare in any showdown over Taiwan or the wider Indo-Pacific. One U.S. official said there was high confidence Pakistan had used the Chinese-made J-10 aircraft to launch air-to-air missiles against Indian fighter jets, bringing down at least 2. I can't confirm what happened personally, but passing that along. The Karzar says that India's military is 3 times the size of Pakistan. It's kind of like a cat playing with a mouse. That's what the Karzar thinks. Now, both countries do have sizable militaries. I mean, India has larger number of troops, I know, and larger number of various equipment. They both have over 100 nuclear weapons. It's been widely reported. But also, though, what we're not seeing right now, this is not a full-on war going on right now. We've seen things like missiles and drones, reportedly, and artillery fire. I've heard no reports of, any kind of tank battles or armored vehicles being involved intensely in combat, or large forces battling. Thank you so much, the Karzar. I appreciate it. Oh, the Washington Post just updated their article. Pakistan and India accuse each other of drone attacks as tensions mount. India and Pakistan accused each other of further hostile acts today, including drone attacks, as the nuclear-armed neighbors edge closer to a head-on military confrontation. Pakistan's military said it shot down 16 drones inside the country on Thursday, while India's defense ministry said it neutralized an air defense system in Lahore and took out Pakistani drones deployed in the contested region of Kashmir. Yeah, all these different claims here. Look at this. India's military claimed to have thwarted drone and missile attacks by Pakistan late Wednesday into Thursday on 15 sites. Locals in the northwestern city of Amritsar reported explosions and bright flashes of light. Pakistan countered that India had attacked its own territory to stoke anti-Pakistan sentiment and create a phantom defense. This is about the information war. Since early Wednesday, when India launched its deepest and deadliest strikes inside Pakistan in more than half a century, the adversaries have been locked in an information war. This is just what I've been saying, with each touting its military achievements while portraying the other as the aggressor. The claims and counterclaims have often been hard to verify. Pakistan, for example, said it downed 5 Indian warplanes, which India has never either confirmed or denied. I mean, but yeah, information war. All these claims, all the time. Equally difficult to discern today was where the conflict would go next, says the Washington Post. The Pakistan defense minister told Reuters that retaliation against India was increasingly becoming certain, but added, "I will still refrain from saying it's 100%. So Pakistan is saying that like they haven't officially retaliated yet. The Indian External Affairs Minister said there should be no doubt that any Pakistan attack will be met with a very, very firm response. In India, there were growing signs of unease. At least 21 airports in the country's north will remain closed until at least Saturday. Eyewitnesses in several parts of northern and western India said their cities had no electricity Thursday night. Late Thursday, India's defense ministry said it had neutralized Pakistani drones and missiles targeting military stations in 3 cities in Jammu and Kashmir. It said no casualties occurred. But the Pakistani information minister said Pakistan had not attacked any locations in the area. This is interesting. One resident of Indian-controlled Kashmir said, Kashmir has been through a lot in the last 3 decades, but I have never been this scared. He lives in an area where locals say a jet crashed Wednesday night during the Indian attack. He said he was sleeping at home when the jet crashed into a school building. I had seen war footage only on television so far, he said. I never imagined it would be this scary in reality. Analysts said the popular mood in Pakistan was a key factor as the Pakistani government weighs whether and where to retaliate against its larger, more powerful rival. An expert that Washington Post talked to, Nishank Motwani, said there's mounting public pressure in Pakistan to take some form of retaliatory action. Pakistan's military, long seen as the ultimate power broker in the country, saw its standing erode after the 2023 arrest of former Prime Minister Imran Khan, and may see an opportunity to favor, domestic political considerations. Many Pakistanis applauded the army's response to the Indian strikes. Some took to the streets to celebrate. But striking back against India carries serious risks for Pakistan, says the Washington Post, a country struggling to find its economic footing and beset by its own violent insurgencies. Any attack on the Indian military or strategic infrastructure could lead to massive escalation, said Stuart Singh, a Yale University lecturer and former Indian military official. India has framed its strikes as a retaliation for the April 22nd rampage by gunmen in a tourist area in Pahalgam, in Indian-administered Kashmir, which killed 26 people, most of them Indian tourists, by the way. The deadliest assault on Indian civilians in more than 15 years. India said the attack had linkages to Pakistan, who it has long accused of harboring violent Kashmiri separatists. Islamabad denied any involvement and has called for an international investigation. And here's some more about domestic political sentiment, this time in India. The triumphal reaction in India to Wednesday's cross-border strikes carried an undercurrent of Hindu nationalism. Some senior politicians fawned over the military's code name, Operation Sindoor, named for the vermilion that adorns Hindu brides and likely a reference to images of Hindu women grieving over their husbands slain in Kashmir. The editor of an Indian defense magazine and former army official said he was troubled by the religious connotations of the name Operation Sindoor. This editor, Pravin Sawhney, said that politicizing India's secular military would be harmful to unit cohesion. A political message is being sent to the people of India, he said, that Hindus were killed there, so we have taken revenge. Others believe India's aggressive military response was in service of long-term objectives. By showing it has the capability to strike by air from within its own borders deep inside Pakistan, India may be trying to create a strategic space for future operations and to rewrite the deterrence playbook in South Asia, said one analyst. Remember, in 2019, an Indian aircraft was shot down over in Pakistani airspace. And the pilot, I believe, was taken prisoner for a while. But from all the reporting I've seen, it looks like Indian aircraft stayed in Indian airspace. There was still confusion today over how much India had gained by its strikes and how much it had lost. India has still issued no official response to Pakistani claims that it shot down its warplanes. No official response on that from India. Singh, the former Indian military official, said the government's silence makes it very difficult to assess the truth. The Hindu, an Indian newspaper, deleted a social media post Wednesday that said that 3 Indian jets had been downed because there was no on-record official information, fueling concerns among journalists that Modi's administration might intensify its clampdown on the Indian media. The global government affairs team at X, the social media platform owned by Elon Musk, said late Thursday it had received orders from the Indian government to block more than 8,000 accounts in India. For many accounts, X said, the government did not specify which posts violated local law. For others, it did not provide any evidence at all. I'll show you that post from the Global Government Affairs team at X. Across Kashmir, where Indian and Pakistani forces continued to exchange shells across their contested border, people braced for another long and nervous night. Right before we came on the air, this happened today. In Jammu, a large Indian city next to Kashmir, 2 witnesses said the sky above them was lit up by a volley of projectiles. The power was out, they said, and the cell network was down. Another Jammu resident reported hearing 4 explosions near the military airport down the road. That's actually a very helpful update from the Washington Post there. Here's the post from X Global Government Affairs. Yeah, a number of people keep claiming in the chat that there are reports that the port of Karachi has been attacked by India. Well, I've seen reports in Pakistani media denying that. So it's just another one of these things where one side says one thing and another side says another thing. I'm taking everything like that with a grain of salt. My guess is that if the port of Karachi were really attacked by India, you would very soon see lots of videos of it. I haven't seen a single one. I'm not saying I know for sure it hasn't happened, but the longer we go without seeing good evidence of that makes me think it's false. But there have been all kinds of claims made for days now on both sides. Constant claims. Claims. There's a bunch of Pakistani sources saying it's quiet at the port. I just saw a post from a journalist, Faizan Lakhani, a Pakistani journalist with Geo News, who says, my office is hardly 2 kilometers from Karachi port. All is calm and business as usual. Now, do I know for sure that's accurate? I don't know. But again, I would take all of these claims with a grain of salt on both sides. Here, let me show you what X said. X says X has received executive orders from the Indian government requiring X to block over 8,000 accounts in India. The orders include demands to block access in India to accounts belonging to international news organizations and prominent X users. In most cases, the Indian government has not specified which posts from an account have violated India's local laws. For a significant number of accounts, we did not receive any evidence or justification to block the accounts. To comply with the orders, we will withhold the specified accounts in India alone. However, we disagree with the Indian government's demands. Blocking entire accounts is not only unnecessary, it amounts to censorship of existing and future content and is contrary to the fundamental right of free speech, says X. Killmonger says there is a lot happening really fast right now. Brazel, our viewer, says, I feel like that will be the majority of claims. He said, she said. David Gray says, lots of stories flying around. Thank you to our viewer Killvish for your support, who says full support to India against radical Islam terrorism. Media of Pakistan is biggest liar, says Killvish. Thank you, Doug Ross, for the gift memberships. That's kind of you. Thank you, Nihar Chitali, who claims Indian Navy attacked Karachi port and destroyed it. I have not seen any reliable reporting that the Karachi port has been attacked and destroyed at this point. If I see reliable reports on that, I will certainly let you know. Thanks to Yas Munjal for your support, who thinks Pakistan is surrounded by BLA in India on both sides. Nabil says, I am sitting on Karachi port and fishing here. Nothing is happening, not even fishes. I don't know if that's true. Maybe it's true. I don't know. I can't confirm that. Let's see here. One of our viewers says, I am in Karachi. I am leaving Karachi Point. It is fake news. Again, I just don't know. As that one article said, though, I think that the phrase information war is appropriate. Hold on a second here. Thank you, John Doer, for sending in some links. Trying to go through some of the messages people have been sending me as well. Thanks for writing in. You can write to me on X @Lookner. Trying to check the chat as well. One of our viewers, Kiaria, says, Where's Chiaria's post here? Hold on, I gotta find it now. Flew by. It was claiming that she had her business used the port or something like that. Now I can't find it anymore. I can't find it anymore. Sorry, Chiaria. Anyways. The current time is, it's almost 1 a.m. India time. I think Pakistan is a half-hour difference. Yes, Pakistan is almost 12:30 right now. I'm seeing some new reports. Are there new reports of drones? Republic says sirens activated in the Udhampur district of Jammu. And then Press Trust of India claims that Pakistani drones were sighted in Bathinda. All these claims. Oh, which have been neutralized by Indian forces. Those are two different reports. Bathinda's in Punjab. And India TV is claiming that a Pakistani drone was shot down in Bathinda. Is that true? I have no idea. Here is Bathinda, which is in Punjab, India. Probably about, what, 50 miles from the border with Pakistan? Yeah. Anyways, a couple claims in Indian media that a Pakistani drone has been shot down there. Is that true? I have no idea. I have an update from a CNN report from Jim Sciutto. I had missed this before, but FJ reposted it, so I'm glad I saw it this time. Jim Sciutto from CNN says, the U.S. has assessed that Pakistani forces shot down an Indian jet during India's airstrikes on Pakistani territory, a senior U.S. official with access to the latest assessments tells me. He just posted this about an hour ago. The U.S. has still not confirmed what weapons system Pakistani forces used to take down the Indian jet. Pakistan claims to have shot down 5 Indian jets. Indian officials have yet to respond to the claim. Our viewer Atik Koso wrote in and said, I am from Islamabad, capital of Pakistan. Early in the morning there was a blackout, and around midnight there were drones over Rawalpindi, a neighboring city. We were evacuated from universities. Cricket match was canceled. Once army gave go-ahead, everything was fine. And everything remains fine in Karachi, Lahore, Islamabad, all is well. I can't verify that report, but thanks so much to Atik Koso for writing in. All kinds of claims being made today. I want to take a look at this for a second. By the way, thank you so much to our moderators who are here. You guys are awesome. Beth Mythical is moderating right now. Ruth Krafasi on YouTube. They're the reason that we can have our chat rooms, our moderators. Thank you. Also on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3 and Surly Dev. K. Lowry Body over on Facebook. Margaret Riley, thank you. Thanks to Sharon Klassen Goslin for subscribing over there. And Diane Allworth, thanks Diane for subscribing. I appreciate that. And Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X. Also, thank you. Thanks so much for modding. Also, thanks to Tony Wilson for your support. Tony says Karachi is a huge trading hub for China. What happens to BRICS relations if it's destroyed? Well, I mean, I think that would be an extreme case of this conflict if that were to happen. So, I mean, it'd be a big deal, obviously. I've heard nothing to suggest that's happening yet. But look, the worry is that this is going to escalate. Let's hope it doesn't escalate. But these are two countries with nuclear weapons and powerful armies, so things could get a lot worse. Let's hope it doesn't. Thank you so much, Tony Wilson. And as Tony points out, if this escalates, it could have all kinds of significant ramifications for other countries as well. Thanks to Doug Ross for the membership. Corwin 719. China has called for de-escalation, by the way. We read a statement from their foreign ministry that they made, I think it was either Wednesday night or Thursday, calling for de-escalation. I guess Tony is saying that China might not want India to do anything to Karachi. But again, I have not heard that there's been any kind of significant attack on Karachi. Of course, that would be a huge deal. There's various rumors floating around, but lots of Pakistani sources denying that. Thanks to Christian McConnell Gates for the Facebook stars, by the way. I appreciate that. This is interesting. AP says, India and Pakistan don't fight wars like other countries. Here is why. Attacks raise nuclear fears. India's missile attacks against Pakistan and potential response raise the specter of back and forth spiraling into all-out conflict between the nuclear-armed rivals. You can see it says, estimated nuclear warheads, Pakistan 170, India 180. AP says India and Pakistan have fought 3 full-scale wars since they gained independence from British India in 1947. They've also had dozens of skirmishes and conflicts, including one atop a glacier dubbed the coldest and highest altitude battlefield in the world. The latest escalation follows a deadly gun attack on tourists that India blames Pakistan for, and Pakistan denies any connection. But they don't fight wars like other countries. The dominant factor is their nuclear weapons arsenal, a distinct way of deterring major attacks and a guarantee that fighting doesn't get out of hand, even when the situation is spiraling. That's really interesting. They're suggesting that because they each have nuclear weapons, AP is suggesting that because each country have nuclear weapons, that is a deterrent to launching major attacks, non-nuclear attacks, by each side. Their nuclear arsenals can destroy each other. A security analyst, Syed Muhammad Ali, says Pakistan and India have enough nuclear weapons to wipe the other side out several times over. Both countries have deliberately developed the size and range of their stockpile to remind the other about the guarantee of mutually assured destruction, he adds. Each is thought to have between 170 and 180 warheads that are short, long, and medium range. Both countries have different delivery systems, ways of launching and propelling these weapons to their targets. These arsenals are a defensive move to prevent and deter further fighting because neither side can afford to initiate such a war or hope to achieve anything from it, Ali says. It might not look this way to the outsider, but nuclear weapons are a reminder to the other side they can't take things too far. But the secrecy around their arsenals means it's unclear if Pakistan or India can survive a first nuclear strike and retaliate, something called second strike capability. This capacity stops an opponent from attempting to win a nuclear war through a first strike by preventing aggression that could lead to nuclear escalation. Without this capability, there is in theory nothing to stop one side from launching a warhead at the other. Interesting. The article also says India and Pakistan have each laid claim to Kashmir since 1947, when both gained independence, and border skirmishes have created instability in the region for decades. Each country controls a part of Kashmir, which is divided by a heavily militarized border. They have fought 3 wars over Kashmir, where armed insurgents resist Indian rule. Kashmir is majority Muslim, by the way. Many Muslim Kashmiris support the rebels' goal of uniting the territory either under Pakistani governance or an independent country. Conventional military imbalance. India is one of the biggest defense spenders in the world. It is also one of the world's largest arms importers. India spent $74.4 billion in 2025 in their military. Pakistan is no slouch, spending $10 billion last year, but it can never match India's deep pockets. India also has more than double the number of active armed forces personnel Pakistan has. While India's armed forces are traditionally focused on Pakistan, it is another nuclear neighbor to contend with China. It's increasingly concerned with maritime security in the Indian Ocean. Those are 2 factors Pakistan does not have to consider. Pakistan's long and narrow shape, together with the outsized role of the military and foreign policy, makes it easier to move the armed forces around and prioritize defense. Interesting. AP also says neither Pakistan or India are in a hurry to announce their military moves against the other, and as seen in the current flare-up of hostilities, it can take a while for confirmation of strikes and retaliation to surface. But both launch operations into territories and airspace controlled by the other. Sometimes they are intended to damage checkpoints, installations, or sites allegedly used by militants. The operations are also aimed at embarrassing or provoking, forcing leaders to bow to public pressure and respond with the potential for miscalculation. For example, I've read some posts from people, I think it was in Pakistan, claiming that India was trying to goad Pakistan into attacking India. But that's interesting, this idea that some of the, say the drone attacks or whatever, maybe part of it is designed to try to get the other side to attack. So you could attack back, I guess. Many of the activities of the countries against each other, the military activities, originate along the line of control which divides Kashmir between India and Pakistan. It is largely inaccessible to the media and the public, making it hard to independently verify claims of an attack or retaliation. I mean, it was so valuable when we had on 2 days ago that live stream from Poonch in Karachi, in Kashmir. I don't expect to get a lot of live streams from there. You can see it says that Kashmir, the line of control, is largely inaccessible to the media and public, making it hard to independently verify claims of an attack or retaliation. It also says here, Pakistan and India's battles and skirmishes are away from the public eye. Strikes and retaliation are late at night or early in the morning, and with the exception of the drone attacks on Thursday, they mostly take place away from densely populated urban centers. It shows that neither country has the desire to significantly harm the other's population. Attacks are either described as surgical or limited. Neither country is motivated by competition for resources. Pakistan has huge mineral wealth, but India is not interested in these. And while there are stark ideological differences between Hindu-majority India and Muslim-majority Pakistan, they don't seek control or influence over the other. Other than Kashmir, they have no interest in claiming the other's territory or exercising dominance, says AP. That's what AP says. Anyways, it's interesting, though, talking about how one theme of this article is that they both have nuclear weapons. They both know the other has lots of nuclear weapons. And the article argues that that actually can keep the fighting from getting to a certain higher level, because it adds this extra fear about, you know, if you're India or you're Pakistan and you start talking about, you know, attacking the other cities and harming a lot of civilians, you know the other side has nuclear weapons. Paul Cumes says mutually assured destruction. That's actually an interesting article in AP. You might not agree with all of it, but it's an interesting article. And yeah, you know, that line of command, the border between the two in Kashmir is hundreds of miles long. So we just don't know there could be heavy fighting there right now. We just don't know about it. I mean, sometimes you hear reports coming out about it, but it's hard to really know what's going on everywhere. Oh, this is interesting. Mario Naufal. I never say his name out loud, so I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it. Mario Naufal. Anyways, he posted that he is one of the accounts that was blocked by India. As we mentioned, X said that India has ordered X to block over 8,000 accounts in India. Now he's not a Pakistani source or something like that. You know, most of what he posts is not about that region. That's interesting. Hold on a second here. Okay. Trying to get you updates here. Again, all kinds of claims back and forth by the governments of Pakistan and India and media in Pakistan and India. Thank you to PyCon for your support. PyCon says NDTV, which is an Indian news outlet, is claiming India foiled an attack on military bases and that naval ops began in the Arabian Sea with Navy eyeing multi-targets in Pakistan. PyCon says just so much and can't believe everything. Yeah, all kinds of unconfirmed reports and claims all over the place. Yeah, I'm seeing this over here on NDTV. They say, what is it saying? There's a headline on NDTV that says India foils Pakistani attack on military bases. I don't know if that's true. We might have talked about that already anyway. Didn't the Indian government say something about that before? I can't even keep all of the claims straight that we've talked about, because there's all these claims all the time about one side accusing the other of X, Y, or Z. I don't even remember which ones we've talked about. I can't keep them straight. I went to the NDTV side. I didn't see the thing about the naval ops thing, but maybe it's posted on there somewhere. Yeah, I mean, as I said earlier today, the Indian government had posted, claiming that, oh, here's the statement here, right here. They claim that Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in northern and western India, and they list a bunch of different locations. And they claim they neutralized the attacks. And then they said that they, in response, targeted air defense radars and systems at a number of locations in Pakistan. They claim that they neutralized an air defense system in Lahore, Pakistan. Is that all? Is that true? I have no idea. And they claim that 16 people had been killed due to Pakistan firing unprovoked across the line of control using mortars and heavy caliber artillery in Kashmir. Their headline is Pakistan's bid to escalate negated. Roger Shoemaker thinks they're whipping each other up to war with all this talk. Thank you to Kristen Gates for your support. I really appreciate that. Kristen Gates, thank you. Again, both sides are, and media on both sides is reporting what it says are successes by its side, and negative things about the other side. Crezo thinks it's mostly fog of war propaganda. FJ, who I follow, just posted a post by Christopher Clary, who is an associate professor of political science, associate professor of political science at University of Albany and a non-resident fellow at the Stimson Center, which focuses on global peace issues. And Christopher Clary posted a half hour ago, "It is difficult to imagine the misinformation environment being worse tonight than it was yesterday, and yet here we are." Oh, what is this? Yeah, again, it's just so difficult to tell what's really going on. Oh, thank you, PyCon, who says says NDTV was making naval claims on its live TV feed. Yeah, which I cannot show. That's what PyCon was saying. Thank you, PyCon. I can't even keep up with all the claims the different sides are making. Oh, I just saw something. I'm looking at I'm eyeballing their coverage now, NDTV. They had some headline. Navy eyes Arabian Sea naval ops, it says. They have a headline that's periodically showing up. Naval ops underway in Arabian Sea, says NDTV. That's what they claim. That's an Indian outlet. Yeah, they posted about it. They claim naval operations begin in Arabian Sea, targeted operations against Pakistan. Is that really true? I have no idea. And I would be careful with these different channels in either country that might be showing what they say are conclusive videos, showing all this stuff. Everybody loves to show videos. Republic is claiming that Republic India is claiming big and swift moves by Indian Navy. That's what Republic is claiming. Big and swift moves by Indian Navy. But, there certainly could be new big developments. You just have to wait and see what happens. Iko Momos thinks a lot is BS. Christopher Earls says, I think a lot of exaggeration is going on right now. I would especially take with a grain of salt any kind of report suggesting there's some big attack on like a city in Pakistan or India proper, or something that's very destructive, because that has a huge escalation risk on either side. It's one thing to have a few drones fly across the border in Kashmir or something, but and to say and to deny having involvement. But I would really there is such a reason for both countries to not launch some sort of unmistakable big attack on some target, especially in the other country proper. But you could argue in Kashmir as well, that I would take all of those reports with the most grains of salt. Doesn't mean it couldn't happen, but there's such a negative. There's such a huge, any kind of attack like that would just all but guarantee big escalation. Hang on a moment here. Yeah, I don't have any live shots of any kind of fighting or anything like that. People keep asking about an attack on Karachi or other cities in Pakistan. No, there is absolutely no reliable reporting suggesting that's happened. That would be a huge deal. That would be a huge deal which would guarantee major retaliation. I'm going to assume it's false until I see some sort of just glaringly obvious evidence from multiple sources. The same with any kind of claim that there's some big attack on an Indian city. Oh, look, this is a post from the government of Pakistan. This is the government of Pakistan 45 minutes ago. Not just defense, it's dominance in the skies. Pakistan shatters the French-built Rafale fighters' streak of invincibility with unmatched precision and readiness, becoming the first ever force to shoot down Rafale jet since its combat debut in 2001, a historic blow to the Indian Air Force. They claim a French official confirms PAF's historic feat. Now, they might have done this. I mean, there's a bunch of reporting that say one or more jets were shot down. But I'm also asking you to note the tone of the post as well. That's from the government of Pakistan 45 minutes ago. Taha says, I am from Islamabad, nothing to report from here. Special shout out to anyone watching in India and Pakistan, by the way. Hey, thanks to Calum in the UK for your support. Checking some different things here. Now, the Wall Street Journal thinks, they have an article about this conflict today. They think that even though there's been violence, the last couple of days, they think that both India and Pakistan have seemed that like they've calibrated their actions to avoid a full-blown to avoid a full-blown conflict. Oh, I think I have an update here. Hold on. I have a couple interesting things to show you here. There's a new article out from Reuters that I want to mention. I'm going to take I need about a minute. Need about a minute here. And then I'll come right back. So let's do that. Give me about a minute. I'm going to disappear and I'm coming right back and we will bring you more updates. Thanks for your patience. We're back here. NDTV India says Navy eyes multiple targets in Pakistan. Couple Indian outlets talking a lot about the Indian Navy. Supposed things they're doing. Which I can't confirm, of course. FJ found someone who posted that there was artillery fire being exchanged at the border somewhere. I don't know if that's true. Oh, that's I'm not even sure where this is. Looks like maybe Pakistan. You know, it's obviously hundreds and hundreds of miles of border in Kashmir and just between Pakistan and India. So then FJ posted a video which supposedly is a video of an Indian drone that's been destroyed, which I just posted a link to FJ's repost. FJ is at NatSecJeff. I can't confirm those videos. I want to show you that Reuters report in a second. Hold on a moment. A couple of our viewers are talking about First Post. First Post, an Indian news outlet, says that about 3 hours ago, they claim that in Kashmir, India foiled a major infiltration bid. Did that really happen? I don't know. They say the Border Security Force foiled a major infiltration bid in Jammu and Kashmir about 3 hours ago. Oh, here's another one of these reports about Karachi. First Post says, reports say Indian Navy has attacked Karachi in Pakistan. They say, according to India Today TV. Again, I have seen no reliable reporting saying that this has happened. I've seen nothing compelling, no compelling evidence that I've seen that there's been some attack on Karachi. It would be an enormous deal. It would be highly escalatory. First Post says such an attack would be exceptionally big since it has not happened since 1971. They say in 1971, there was a surprise naval attack on the Karachi port by the Indian Navy. So again, I am quite doubtful of those claims. There have been reports about that for hours. Andreas thinks nothing's going to happen soon. Thank you, Andreas, for your support. Thank you also, Canadian Lumberjack. I really appreciate that. Thank you also, Silent Hero. Thanks for becoming a member. Shawnee says, hard to follow this because there's nothing to back up anything. Yeah, now NDTV is also talking about that supposed foiled infiltration bid in Kashmir, the same one that First Post is talking about. MMK says, until there's a video, I'm not believing anyone. Let's see here. I was going to show you this. India says military stations attacked by Pakistan drones and missiles. This happened shortly before we came on the air today. Blasts rang out across the Indian city of Jammu late on Thursday during what the government said was a Pakistani drone and missile attack on military stations around the Kashmir region on the second day of clashes between the nuclear-armed neighbors. Sirens sounded and flashes and projectiles erupted in the night sky above Jammu for about 2.5 hours, a Reuters journalist said, in what appeared to be an escalation in the country's worst confrontation in more than 2 decades. India's Ministry of Defense had claimed that military stations at Jammu, Pathankot, and Udhampur were targeted by Pakistani-origin drones and missiles along the international border in Jammu and Kashmir today. They claimed they neutralized the threats. Indian TV channels showed flares and flashes in the sky above Jaisalmer city in Rajasthan state, which shares a border with the southern Pakistani province of Sindh. In a statement, Pakistan denied attacking Pathankot in India's Punjab state, Srinagar in the Kashmir Valley, and Jaisalmer, and said the accusations were entirely unfounded, politically motivated, and part of a reckless propaganda campaign aimed at maligning Pakistan. A Reuters journalist said electricity in Jammu was slowly being restored after a blackout during the attack. Now, I can't confirm this. PCA Bull says, I live in Karachi. I am watching a Europa League match with no such explosions. Indian media is crazy. You know, you have allegations on both sides in this conflict. Allegations on both sides by the media, also by the governments and the media. Support team says, do you think it will keep escalating? I don't know. I mean, it's not settling down. I'll say that. It's clearly not settling down, which would be the best thing. Will it significantly escalate? I don't know. I mean, someone might claim that maybe both sides, even if they want to de-escalate, can't be seen as doing that. I mean, I've read you a number of articles that have talked about the political pressure in both sides to respond strongly to the other side. Maybe it's the case that even if they want to de-escalate, they can't be seen as giving in initially. And they need to put out there for domestic consumption, oh, we're attacking the other side. Oh, we're stopping them from attacking. We're inflicting this damage on them. You know, I don't know, but given all the reports I've seen about the domestic pressure on the countries to attack the other and get the better of the other, I mean, I don't know even if they wanted to settle something, whether they could do it right away. I don't know. Pre-breakfast banana says, everyone puffing up their chest to look big and bad. You know, again, some drones flying across the border in Kashmir. I don't want to minimize this, but there's certainly a lot worse both sides could do. So I think if there is some significant escalation, you will certainly know it. And it'll be a huge story, and there'll be lots of evidence of it. I mean, remember, in the hours after India launched those strikes on Pakistan on Wednesday early morning, in the hours after, there was all kinds of evidence. There's video, there's photos, there's destroyed buildings. It was unmistakable. Both sides released video evidence. You know, So you'll know if there's some kind of big escalation. It's not going to be like, did this really happen? You'll know. No, no one. I don't. We haven't heard any use of nuclear weapons. One of our viewers, Mr. Wimples, asked about nuclear weapons. I think that would be. That's about. If it gets to that point, then it's gotten about as it. That's about as extreme as it can go. That's not something that either side would take lightly. That'd be the heaviest of things to do. Oregon guy thinks this seems to be as much of a war of words as much as anything. Now, there clearly are. I mean, look, I don't doubt that people have been killed and injured. And I'm glad that we were able to see it. We covered for hours on Wednesday. We had a live camera. I don't know that we'll ever get it back for any kind of long period of time. But when we had the camera for hours in Poonch, near the border in Kashmir, I mean, that's a big residential area, very densely populated, and there were lots of explosions from artillery. That was a very serious situation. So, and I'm guessing that's not the only place that's happened. So, I don't doubt that people have been killed and injured, very serious. At the same time, that's different from having a huge escalation. So maybe there's a bunch of stuff like that going on. Actually, so some of those explosions were a few blocks for the camera. That was the reason the stream went out, because the camera people had to move. Oh, this is kind of funny. The new Pope is that? I don't know that that's the real. Is that his real account? There's an account supposedly that belongs to the Pope, but it doesn't have much posted on it. But it was created in October. So I don't know. There's a post on the Robert Francis Prevost account. He's the new Pope, that says, thanks, thanks, thanks. Now, it says official account. I mean, it only has 4 posts on it, but it wasn't created today. This post is October 14th. So if it's fake, somebody created this account on October 14th of 2024. I don't know. I cannot confirm that it's a legit account. Maybe somebody created a fake account and decided to post on it a bunch today. Silent Owl Scribe thinks it's not a real account. It might not be, so certainly. I'm just checking some of this different reporting on both sides. All right. I think here's what we're going to do. So kind of similar to yesterday. I don't really have more reports to give you right now. Now, things could change at any time, but I got to eat something anyway. I mean, we've been on the air for about over 4 hours now. So I think this might be a good time to wrap up this stream, but if at any moment there's some big development that happens, I can just come right on the air again. You know, nothing is keeping me from doing another stream. So if stuff happens in 5 minutes, I can do another stream. But I think it'd be good to take a break and eat something, and keep an eye out for further developments. So I will be keeping an eye on this all day. I just will have to. I don't know what's going to happen. There could be some huge thing that happens in 5 minutes, or it could be kind of the same thing we've been seeing for hours with each side claiming the other side is doing stuff, and it doesn't actually get backed up with good information. So I'll keep an eye on it. But clearly a very tense situation. Accusations of both sides. Will this escalate further or not? I don't know. I do not know. But I really appreciate you tuning in to the stream, and also people sending me messages, letting me read your comments on the air, sending me the updates you're seeing. And again, I would just really encourage you to take stuff on both sides with a big grain of salt. There's all kinds of claims being made by both sides about things that their military is doing well and the other side is lying, and so I do think if there's a serious escalation, you'll know it. It's not going to be a question. Let's hope there's not, but we'll have to see. So anyways, subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. Thanks for bearing with me as we were able to get you the live video of the new Pope speaking. I know it was a little confusing there for a little bit, but we were able to do it. Normally, we would have done its own stream for that, but we were already on the air, so I'm glad we got to show it to you. And I will post updates on my X account. I'm at Lookner on X, and you can follow me there. I will post updates there about when I hear stuff. And but again, if there's something huge, I'll just come back on the air. And turn the notifications on. We have, I don't know when we're going live. It depends on when the news happens. But we have a notification system we set up. You sign up once and it's free, and you get sent a new notification. You get sent a notification whenever we go live. So I would suggest signing up for our free notifications. But it's easy to do that. The mods will post a link to sign up for the notifications. You can also find the link on YouTube and Facebook in the description of this video. It's right there. So sign up for those. Hey, a huge thanks to our moderators too. I mean, we've had lots of people in the chat as usual. I love that we can have a chat where people with different opinions can share their opinions. But the only reason we can have the chats is because of our moderators, because they're the ones keeping it civil and respectful there, making sure it doesn't get out of hand. So thank you so much to our moderators over there on YouTube: Sabrina, Janet B, Ruth Krafasi, all of our other YouTube moderators, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, on Twitch. Our moderators like Big Ball of Yarn, Matthew Kohai 3, Surly Dev, on Facebook, and all of our other moderators there. In our Facebook, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Christina Neal, all of our other Facebook moderators too. Huge thanks for modding and letting us have chat rooms. And thanks to everybody who donated too. That's so nice of you. I owe a thanks to Andreas, our new member, Mark G, our member, Natalie Perkowski, our member, Hey Mene Obelisk, our member. Thank you. And everybody who donated, that's super nice of you. That is what allows the channel to exist. If you ever want to donate, you go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But huge thanks for your support of the channel. Another way to find out when we're going live, by the way, for those of you on X, I always post on the Agenda Free TV X account before we go live. At Agenda Free TV, I post some updates about the channel there too. So if you're on X, follow at Agenda Free TV. Thanks to our Discord moderators too. You know, we have a chat. You can chat with other viewers on Discord for free in our Discord chat room. Easy to get to. The link to the chat is the same. It's the same link to sign up for the notifications. So check out the chat if you want. Free chat. Also, for those of you over on YouTube watching, I would recommend turning on our YouTube notifications, but it's a little confusing how to do that. If you're on YouTube, you got to subscribe to the channel, and then you click the notifications bell and you choose all notifications. So click the bell and choose all notifications. That's how to get the YouTube notifications. All right, I also want to shout out especially to our viewers. We have some viewers in Pakistan and India. I really appreciate you watching from there. I hope things de-escalate soon. Also, huge thanks to our Facebook subscribers for supporting the channel over there by subscribing, like Diane Allworth, Robert Rial II, Rita Evans Lang, Kristen McConnell Gates, Sharon Klassen Goslin, and others. Huge thanks for subscribing on Facebook. Our Twitch subscribers, thank you so much, like Wall Street and Shaggy and Matthew Kohai 3. And Site Insistent, Jeff Ryan, Cobalt Raven, thank you. Stunned in the North, Chi-Town Bear, Douthis, Soup Z's, all of our Twitch subscribers, thank you. And our YouTube members, people like Scottish Lass, Evelyn and Maine, Sevenfold, J.K. Senar, Hassel DeHoff, HPM, Leslie Ladyhawk, CAC 813, Roger Shoemaker, Kristen, Phil, Northwoods Hiker, Samurai Conscious, Fred Flintstone, Hugh Crummond, Not a Gray, Kiwi, and all of our other YouTube members. Thank you, Marcus, Casa Magica Photography. Thanks, A-Train, our viewer. Yeah, if you missed it, we showed the video of the new Pope earlier. Thanks, Phil, our member. Big D, Rodney, Meshuggahs, thanks for watching. All right, so that's what we're going to do. We are going to take a break, lap up this stream. But if there are big developments, even right after I get off the air, I'll just come on again. Thanks, Michelle Batten, for watching, Audrey Burbank, Melissa Terry. All right. So, again, I really appreciate you watching. I'm going to do one quick look here. I don't have any live feeds that I can show you right now. I'm looking again. I've been looking all day. We had a little bit of a live feed earlier from Poonch, but that's not going on right now. If it comes back, I'll come on the air. You know, I'll keep an eye on things, and I'm looking for updates here. But I will be paying attention, and if there's huge developments, we'll come back on and do another live stream. Not hard to get on the air again. All right. I'm doing a last check just to make sure I'm not missing anything right at the last minute. I'm not seeing it right now. It is 2:06 a.m. India time, by the way. All right, guys, that is it for now. This has been our live update on the India-Pakistan conflict. We very well might be on again soon, covering it depending on developments. Again, I really appreciate you tuning in. That's it for now. Thanks for watching. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news updates right here at Agenda Free TV.